think we're live. We'll come. We're live. What's happening here? I'm going to let Snotty get in here and get started. I wanted to bring it up. We can start looking at this stuff. This is really tragic. It reminds me of the crash that happened several years ago. Where that plane crashed into the bridge on the we saw the footage of trying to get it up out of helicopter. So I jumped in. I wanted to start it. So I jumped in. Started it.
I'm trying to. I don't know how to get this on. Yep, camera on.
Can we share and pick up that?
Right.
I think we may have lost Chris. I can sort of jump in once again from an EM standpoint. So priority number one is getting help to the people in the water.
We might want to.
Priority number two is making sure the aircraft is secure, making sure things aren't leaking out, and then basically containing the scene. And then from there, it eventually goes over to an investigation standpoint and having to figure out, how this happened. But of course, in the next 2 hours, James, I think they're still going to be working on getting people out of the water, making sure no one's inside. They'll probably put divers in the water if the aircraft is somewhat submerged, so they can go check to make sure there's nobody inside. And flights like this, have a manifest. But what they'll be doing too is checking the people who they have gotten out of the water against that flight manifest. Going back once again to the Miracle on the Hudson, there's that in the movie, for example, there's that scene where Sully's like, I need a count. And that is the number of people that they got out of the water versus like how many people were on the plane.
So it's not streaming.
So that's what they're doing is trying to make sure they can, get a count and make sure they got everyone accounted for. Go ahead, Chris.
Ricky, I have a question for you.
Scrolling is not.
What is a typical Black Hawk helicopter? What's the capacity of that?
Usually, it's going to be an air crew of a minimum probably of 3. So you've got a pilot and a co-pilot, and then
still trying to
a gentleman or a woman in the back who is responsible for basically the things that are in the back, cargo, people, stuff like that. But it can carry a couple additional people if that's the mission it's being tasked for.
Okay, hopefully that's a little better for me. I know I'm kind of muttering back here.
Capacity is going to be
trying to fart around with the controls and stuff like that. Once I got my earbud in.
So a UH-60 technically can carry a crew of 3 and 11 passengers. So to be determined how many people were on board this one.
I click it, nothing happened.
But
I don't know how to turn it back on.
At least 3 crew members and then perhaps passengers if they were carrying passengers at the time.
Yeah, I can actually. Oh, I can't speak to the helicopter's passengers. Okay. I cannot speak to that, but I can speak to how many people may have been on the commercial flight. According to Council Member Brooke Pinto, who is a DC Council member representing Ward 2 and the chairman of one of their committees, she posted on X earlier tonight that a helicopter crashed into a 60-person passenger plane mid-air, causing it to go into the Potomac. Search and rescue. She names multiple agencies, including the federal government, that are on scene. Again, so we believe, according to Council Member Brooke Pinto of Washington, D.C., that the aircraft, the PSA flight, may have had about 60 people on board.
Yeah, initially they were saying it was a small plane.
If you are just joining us, you are looking live at Reagan International Airport on the Virginia side outside Washington, D.C. Here comes more of those flashing lights moving across the screen that you guys were talking about, that possible mutual aid there coming in to help with this unfolding situation here tonight. The other thing I'll notice, and I don't know how clear it is in this particular live shot that we have available to us, but I know many of us are also watching on television, is there seems to be a response on both sides of the river because, again, going back to Flight Tracker, you have Reagan, Washington National Airport here on the Virginia side, on the west side, and then you've got Washington, D.C. over here on the east side, right up against the border of Maryland. And then looking at video on TV, it looks like they've got emergency personnel staged on both sides of the river. Again, not too unlike what we saw in New York after the Miracle on the Hudson flight in the Hudson River, where they were bringing survivors to both New York and New Jersey. Similar situation.
I just don't know about
Virginia,
the channel
DC,
we're watching right now.
and Maryland. Has anybody seen any information yet on when we might hear from officials in a news conference?
I have not, but I'm going to send you
early for them to have anything really to report. This is kind of the time from a comms perspective when you're probably going to get more statements or anything like that versus like a news conference.
This is really strange. A military.
Ricky, I know your time in emergency management is still young as you've made the transition from TV over to that side of things. Can you speak at all about how emergency management or officials might train or rehearse for an incident such as this?
So a lot of this training is going to be at the fire level, especially the water rescue side. So a lot of fire departments, especially in the DC area, as Chris mentioned earlier, have water rescue teams or swift water rescue teams. And so emergency management is more of the folks that step in when everything else is overwhelmed. So
I'm looking
but when it comes to incidents like this, sometimes the mutual aid will be coordinated through the fire department themselves because they already kind of know how to do it. So I can't speak exactly for how DC does it because they probably are very well organized. But basically, in the event of a situation like this, emergency management would get involved.
Yes, everybody, please pray.
Try to get anything that
this is sad.
The units
so they're
needed
saying 60,
that we didn't already have, including requesting state resources.
Is that what I heard?
But the proximity to DC makes it probably a lot easier to get that kind of stuff because you're going to get a lot of federal resources too.
Chris, same question to you as you reconnect. How does emergency officials prepare or rehearse for a situation such as this?
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we got you, Chris. A little bit of delay, but
yeah, sorry about that, James. I was having to restart my phone here. What was the question you just asked?
How would emergency officials prepare or rehearse for an incident such as this?
Basically, you would train beforehand. You'd have a plan in place, and basically, I know this is going to sound really crude to folks that's never been involved in emergency response, but you would literally get a group of folks together that would be responsible for water rescue. You would go down to the banks of Potomac and literally say, "Well, what would happen if a plane crashed here?" And then you start really
I saw a picture
fine tuning the details of how you would respond, who you would get to do what,
maybe
and you would have a basic understanding of kind of the roles and responsibilities beforehand. Once that incident actually occurs, that would be kind of probably all out of the window, but at least you would have a basic understanding of what's going to happen.
James, we're getting some information coming out of NBC4.
Yes, American Airline.
Perhaps the number of people who have been rescued out of the water. NBC4 reporting that at least 4 people have been rescued so far after this incident. So, out of the
rescue
massive amounts of
good,
bad news here, a little bit of good news that we can report there.
Yes, it'll be very interesting to see what becomes of that number. As anyone who has watched any situation unfold on television or online knows, those numbers often change in one way or another.
Wichita, Kansas.
But it is a relief to know that this, in some form or fashion, appears to have been a survivable incident to a certain degree. Again, we have heard from Councilmember in DC who posted on X that 60 people approximately were on the commercial regional jet. Unknown how many may have been on the Black Hawk helicopter, those two aircraft colliding outside of Washington Reagan National Airport, DCA, just before the 9 o'clock hour. And Scotty Powell, I understand we've learned a little bit more about what the flight schedule was for this particular aircraft.
Yes, our friend Tim Buckley up in Greensboro, WFMY, has out that after this flight was to land in DC, it was going to be coming to Greensboro. So obviously that flight has been canceled. So as Ricky was talking about earlier, these are normally planes that kind of commute to smaller areas. So from Wichita to DC and then DC to Greensboro.
If that came from Wichita, that's not a small
probably would have been
plane.
the last stop for the night. But that plane that was going to be leaving DCA to Greensboro, that was the plane unfortunately involved in this accident.
And that probably would have been their last flight of the night too. You know, typically an airliner will do, 3 or 4, maybe 5 hops in a day, depending on how long the flight is. There's different rules that apply to air crews in terms of they have to get so many hours of rest and things like that, and they can only work so many hours.
Guys, sorry, I'm just scanning everything I can.
Being their last flight of the day, which suggests that, and I should say perhaps there was even they could have switched air crews and things like that as well. So lots of things to be answered in the coming days.
Flighted midair with helicopter.
For now, James and Scotty, everyone here, I think the information is just that we don't know a whole lot yet. And the next couple hours,
I'm seeing here, helicopter involved.
Yeah, and there's lots of questions coming in on YouTube, and guys, we obviously have a lot of the same questions you do.
Army
we don't know the answers to 99% of the questions being asked. Without getting too far down the speculation rabbit hole, Ricky, you were talking earlier, and Chris, I would be interested to hear your perspective too on this, on what flight data shows us about this flight. Again, we looked earlier at the path that it was taking, that green line that comes towards DCA and then terminates over the river, but we can see down below it flight altitude and flight speed as we look towards the right hand side of that line graph. That would have been the last moments of the flight.
20 minutes
Ricky,
ago,
starting with you, do
point.
those lines indicate anything to you?
Nothing really more than just the aircraft.
Yes. Okay. Sorry, guys. I haven't been looking at chat so much.
I mean, it looks like a typical approach. They were up at 35,000 feet.
The picture I saw was like
started to make their descent. Got to around 15,000 feet.
Definitely was
leveled off for a second, and then continued on down.
A bigger plane.
I'm actually looking at the wrong chart there, but so the green number
at that time, what we were hearing
yellow
was
will be
a
your
small
airspeed.
plane.
So your airspeed will vary a little bit. But, they started their descent from 35,000, came down to that approach altitude of looks like a couple thousand feet, and then descended down from there. And based off of their location, they were probably no more than a couple hundred feet up in the air, maybe 500 feet up in the air, as they started to make that left turn there. They more than likely had the runway in sight. And so the pilots at that time, are obviously piloting the aircraft towards the runway. Depending on the weather conditions, there are scenarios where the pilots can basically use automated landing systems. But with the weather being what it is in DC tonight, perfectly fine, no issues at all. This would likely be a visual approach into, the runway there. Still following some guidelines as to where they turn and everything like that, but kind of a visual approach to land there on runway 33.
Scotty, I'm still getting it queued up and ready to play here, but on X, there was a clipping of audio that you were going to have us play. Can you tell us what it is we're going to hear here in a moment?
Yeah, this is basically air traffic control reaching out. I didn't catch the fire department. I'm not sure if it's the airport fire department or one of the surrounding communities, but this is basically after the event had just happened. This was the communication from air traffic control to local fire officials.
All right, we're going to play this. This was posted to X by Jacob Wyckoff. Chris, on the other side of it, would be interested in your translation of what it is we are maybe about to hear here.
Absolutely.
Command, the accident happened in the river. Both the helicopter and the plane crashed in the river. It's east of the approach end of runway 33.
Is the airfield closed?
Yes, the airfield is closed. The airfield is closed.
Runways as well?
Yes, all runways are closed. Nobody's landing. No one's moving at all.
And we have clearance across all taxiways and runways, correct?
Yes, you have clearance through the whole field, all taxiways and runways.
Chris, that appears to be the end of our recording there. Can you decode what we just heard?
Oh, absolutely. You got the you have whoever's working the tower side of 8.
Yeah, I heard 53, but I knew there was more to
the
it.
company officer, which would probably be a captain or a battalion chief on duty
Hello,
at Dulles, that's in charge of the response from the actual airport rescue firefighters that are stationed on the property. And what
I
he's
don't see a
asking,
link.
you know,
have a link in there.
basically
I don't
getting the
see it.
details at the beginning, and she's pretty clear when she says that there was an accident, both aircraft were in the river. And
I do
then
now,
he's
sorry.
requesting clearance to taxi, to get out to the, I guess, the edge of the runway, the water's edge. And she gives him full permission to, you know, all taxiways, all runways, ground stop, everything's shut down.
Surprisingly, I
And
don't
he's
see
just
anything
confirming
on,
that just to make sure that you don't have any kind of secondary incident just from the responders trying to get to the primary incident.
And typically at an airport like this, for any even just airport car can go onto a taxiway or clear a runway or drive across a runway, they, just like any other airplane, have to radio up to the ATC tower and get clearance to cross the runway. Because ATC, or ground control, basically
this panel
controls everything that happens on the airfield. And that's just done so you don't have a maintenance truck driving across the runway at the same time an airplane's trying to land. So what they sounds like they did there, Chris, is basically
we're
everything
going to
was
go over to I know. I thought for sure it would be crazy on X.
News right now of a really scary incident there happening at Reagan International Airport in the Washington, D.C. area. That's from our Fox 5 Skycam right now. According to D.C. Fire and EMS, I want to put this tweet up here. Take a look at what they are reporting, that confirmed that a small aircraft is down in the Potomac River vicinity near Reagan National Airport. They say fireboats are on the scene, and you can see just how massive of a emergency management response is going on right now. So it's about 9:18 there in the nation's capital. If you're familiar with Reagan, if you're familiar with DCA, you know that parts of the tarmac are right near the Potomac River shore, and that is what we are learning, that confirmed, according to DC Fire, that a small aircraft is down in the Potomac River vicinity of Reagan Airport. Fireboats are on the scene. So I want to be very precise with our language here. I'm not entirely sure if that means that this small aircraft is down
Jerry,
in
I'm
the
just
Potomac,
now looking at
fully
chat.
Near the Potomac, or say near the tarmac, near the Potomac at DCA here. So we are working to get all of that confirmed. Those are the questions I have right now, but they did confirm that fireboats are on the scene. So whatever emergency management response this is, those fireboats have been deployed for their relevant tasks, whether or not that is trying to rescue the aircraft, those on board the aircraft, and the like here. So we're going to stay in this. This is the only shot that we have right now. Some of our Fox 5 DC colleagues are also working to learn more details here. Take a look at this. From Shirin Raji there, saying confirmed small aircraft down in the Potomac River near Reagan. Fireboats on the scene. Reagan National saying all takeoffs and landings have been halted at DCA. Now the terminals remain open. Okay, so another new piece of information. It seems like a ground stop is in place there at Reagan International Airport. Yes, the terminals remain open, but no planes are landing. No planes are, as we speak, at Reagan. Let's take it back live. Vantage point from this Fox 5 Skycam looking over the Potomac near Reagan. And you can see, though, how many of those flashing lights there are on the scene.
Gosh.
So remember, details are at the moment. Information is very scarce at the moment. We do not know what of aircraft went down. All we know is it is a small aircraft, according to DC Fire. We don't know how many people were on board that said small aircraft. And hopefully those details will become more apparent in the minutes and hours ahead.
Top Hats, can you put a link?
So as you know, in the DC area, 3 major airports serve the DC area. Reagan, also known as DCA. Then you got Dulles. And then you, of course, have Baltimore Airport as well, not too far away. But you can see there a lot of flashing lights, a lot of sirens. Appears they're all kind of congregated there. We also have somewhat of a zoomed out vantage point. Let's take that. This is just another angle. Oh, okay. In this angle, you can see the tarmac there. You can see even some planes still taxiing what appears to be. Wow. I thought we were under the impression that there is a ground stop. From what we understand, there is a ground stop right now at Reagan. But right now, look at all of that emergency response. So this is shaping up to be quite the breaking news story right now. Remember, information is very preliminary and is very scarce. And that's what happens during these very fluid breaking news situations. All we know, according to DC Fire, is that a small plane has confirmed crashed.
It's not showing up. Maybe you can.
And we're also learning from Reagan Airport itself that all takeoffs and landings have been halted at DCA. They say emergency personnel are responding to an aircraft incident on the airfield, but the terminals remain open. So right now, that is what I'm grappling with. Is the small plane crash on the tarmac, on the airfield, or in the Potomac? Okay, DC police saying this, that Metropolitan Police Department, they're responding to an apparent air crash in the Potomac River.
You don't mind.
They say multiple agencies are responding. Details to come. Okay, so there you have it. That answered my question on whether or not the crash took place on the airfield near the Potomac shore or in the Potomac itself. DC police saying the apparent air crash is in the Potomac River. And might I add, I'm not trying to compare stories by any means, but mere weeks ago, at about this very time, we were over a similar scene at the Arlington National Bridge that spans the Potomac of reports that a truck had collided with a car.
Thank you.
And plunged deep below into the Potomac. And we learned later that the driver and the passenger, they were brothers, perished from that very crash when their car submerged into the Potomac on a very snowy, blizzardy, wintry night here. So that was the last kind of transportation accident having to do with the Potomac River that we brought you here. On Live Now from Fox, of course, this is an entirely different situation because it does involve now a small aircraft. Another key piece of information that we'll be working to get you is whether or not this aircraft was landing at the time or taking off at the time. We don't know what type of aircraft it is. We don't know how many people were on board. We don't know either where it was going or where it was coming from. It's a flight manifest or flight itinerary. Like I said, we just got this about 5 minutes ago, and information is scarce. Details are preliminary at the moment, but I flew into Reagan.
Working on it. Thank you.
In November, and you fly literally over the National Mall, over the Potomac, down into the tarmac. It's really right in the heart of Washington, if you're not familiar. But if you're just joining us, we're almost at the bottom of the hour. It's about 9:25 there in the nation's capital. And we just got these reports confirmed by DC police by DC Fire and by Reagan Airport itself that an apparent air crash in the Potomac is what all of those emergency management vehicles are responding to right now.
Yeah, I just wanted
Let's
to
zoom out. We have another
get the link. I'll
vantage
take
point
you
here.
off.
Somewhat of a little blurrier vantage point, but you can see the major response nonetheless. Let's take our other shot. So take a look at that. This is a live picture right now. We're going to keep this up. We're working to get more information for you. Stand by. So as you can imagine, if you're a flyer at Reagan right now,
downloading it now.
Everything has now ground to a halt. Yes, the terminal remains open, but no flights are taking off and no flights are landing there.
I don't know.
Because of this incident. And I would imagine our Fox 5 DC team will be getting on the ground very shortly.
No, I did hear
we will
that
probably
too.
have
Top Hat.
another vantage point to show you.
I did hear 53. I didn't hear the rest.
As of right now, those are the details we know.
Oh my God, I'm still downloading.
So as is customary with these aircraft crashes, the FAA usually investigates, as does the NTSB. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but that is historically how these investigations go. If some of my producers can give me a sense of the weather conditions at the time there in Washington, you never know. That could always play a factor, as the investigations will no doubt begin into what may have caused this crash.
Well, this channel, let's see. We'll go back to this other channel.
There,
okay.
You can actually see the times and the altitude and the airspeed.
Okay, so let me ask you, our aviation expert tonight, looking at this Black Hawk helicopter's track, it looks like it was somewhere between 100 and 300 feet as it made its way along the Potomac River. We're speculating, but based on your knowledge, is that altitude and that path something that a helicopter would frequently take?
Oh yeah,
yeah. Just for, from my personal info, yeah, absolutely. And you can. What's really interesting is it from its origin, which I'm not going to get into that. From its origin location, it flies south down the Potomac, which is also directly on a visual approach to runway 19 at Reagan. If the wind was different for the commercial aircraft, I mean, what he's flying looks just as you would expect, because you can't go east of the Potomac River in Washington unless you're really important, because of the restricted area, around the sensitive sites like the White House, the U.S. Capitol building, and stuff like that.
Ricky, how would these two aircraft, for lack of a better term, pass each other in an approach to an airport such as DCA?
I moved away. Now it's not.
I mean, I don't really know, James. I mean, you would think in theory there would be sequencing at play to where the ATC folks would be like, okay, make your turn a little bit wider. Let's let this helicopter through first, or tell a helicopter to deviate somewhere else.
But air traffic control would be trying to coordinate this dance.
Yes. That would be ideally what would be happening. At nighttime, you think about seeing things in the day, and aircraft have lights and they flash, but there's a lot of lights in the DC area, and a helicopter flying at 300 feet is going to blend in with a lot of those lights, and it's going to be incredibly hard sometimes to spot the other things. Like you can see in that traffic camera we had up a second ago. I mean, that flashing light there is probably either one of the helicopters in the air or another airliner that's having to go somewhere else. But, that's kind of what they look like. But obviously, you're looking at it from the ground looking up. Imagine being in the air, potentially higher than that light, looking down. And so you see all these little teeny lights Some of them are cars, some are airplanes.
Can you
And that's just to say,
typically
it can be
top
incredibly
hats?
hard to spot another aircraft at night. And your eyes also don't work as well at night. You have to do different scanning methods, basically where you scan different sectors of the sky. So think about, okay, I'm going to look, 20 degrees that way, and then stop, and then kind of look again, and try and give your eyes
There are
time to
survivors.
focus on whatever's in that sector versus just like looking quickly left and right, and then you don't see the smaller lights. When you are in bright environments, same concept of, when we have meteor showers and we tell you to give your eyes a little bit of time to adjust to the darkness. Well, same thing.
Yeah,
You're in a
Jared, that's what
busy
happens.
light
That
area,
happened last
your
time
eyes
to
are a
you.
little less sensitive, and so they don't see sometimes dimmer
Sorry
lights
if I don't
as
see
well.
your chat. I'm
So
still
lots
scrolling
of
all
things
around.
that could have been at play here once again, but no matter what happened, now we're dealing with the impacts and the aftermath of an aircraft
So
that's
that's
down
unusual.
in the water
Top hats. That's
on a chilly January night.
We have a second reporter from a verified news agency, Jennifer Griffin here at Fox News, also reporting what we told you moments ago from the Washington Post, which is that no senior officials were aboard the Black Hawk helicopter that crashed into the American Airlines flight. It's too early for us to know
I don't
the
know,
individuals
Jared. I've
who may
never
have
done
been
it, so
amongst the manifest of the
I'm
commercial
scared
flight.
too.
Certainly don't want to put any more emphasis on the cost or the value of a life of a U.S. official versus a U.S. citizen, not trying to delineate the difference between those two things. What NBC News is reporting at this hour is that the American Airlines flight operated by PSA had 60 passengers on board and 4 crew. We've been talking here tonight on our weather podcast about the conditions up there in D.C. And Frank Strait, I don't know if you had a chance to look at this yet,
Wichita,
but Tim Buckley, chief
Yes.
meteorologist in Greensboro, put out this map showing the likely ice concentration of these cold waters. What do you make of this? You might be muted there, Frank.
There we go. Not muted anymore.
Yeah, we got you.
Pull a Scotty has to happen.
That's what we call it here.
Yeah. Anyway, yes, there's as cold as the water is, it's coming from. The Potomac River goes well to the northwest from Washington. It forms the border between Virginia and Maryland, going westward. So there's going to be some ice in that water that's going to end up in the Potomac around Washington, D.C. So that's likely to be an issue going on, especially with the waters there only slightly above freezing, a few degrees above freezing. So I doubt that all of the ice that's coming from upstream has melted by the time it gets to Washington. So there likely is some ice in the water there too.
Maybe that's protocol. I don't know. Right?
Yeah, something that is going to be a factor for survivors and emergency officials alike. Ricky, earlier in our stream, as we were just beginning to cover this breaking news, we were counting previous historic events of aviation disaster types that have happened here in the United States. I don't know in your memory if you can just kind of piece together kind of what comes after tonight. What is the next thing that Americans can expect out of a timeline?
I mean, who's on there?
That is now begun on this incident?
Well, so I mean, from here we go into investigation standpoint, and the NTSB and the FAA will be involved. They will be the two main agencies who will be investigating this. After every major aircraft incident, especially if there's loss of life or significant property damage in terms of financial damage from an aircraft, the FAA gets involved, and usually the NTSB gets involved. So the NTSB is the investigating agency, and they don't investigate to assign blame. They just investigate pretty much to figure out what went wrong so we can learn from it and try to prevent it in the future. If you ever read a crash report, it oftentimes doesn't say, they don't assign blame 100%. They'll basically say, here's what happened, and make suggestions for the future as to how we could avoid it. So that's what they'll be doing in the next couple of days is, trying to recover a lot of the aircraft data recorders.
Yeah, that would sound
They'll also
about
be
right.
looking through any video evidence that
people
may have had, security camera footage out there, trying to listen to ATC video or an audio and figure out what was said even way before these aircraft got into the area. So it's going to be a lot of gathering of data, just like police would do in any crime scene, going out, finding the evidence and collecting it. And of course, getting this aircraft out of the water and putting it back on dry land too. Both aircraft. I mean, the helicopter, and because this is an Army helicopter involved, there's obviously going to be involvement from the U.S. military, and there's going to be an investigation on the Army side. And if the crew members of the Army helicopter are still alive,
It said 60.
there'll be questions that their
That's
command
what we've heard.
obviously has to
60
know.
people on the flight.
Yeah, I can think of NTSB reports we've covered here in the Carolinas on incidences such as a helicopter crash we had in Charlotte a couple years back. And some of those final reports, Ricky, they can take upwards of a year or more, and no telling how much this incident could or could not be prioritized through that process. But they could be pretty lengthy things, I guess, is my point.
Yeah, I mean, this will be years more than likely before the official NTSB report comes out. And that's just because it takes a long time. And then they get different units involved too. They get experts involved that do this kind of stuff all the time. They get the people who built the helicopters. Sikorsky will get involved. American Airlines will be involved. There'll be other groups involved from the engines that are on the CRJ aircraft and the engines that are on the Black Hawk helicopter to see if
They said a CRJ.
to have them inspected and look at everything.
Is it a CRJ?
And see what went wrong there.
We've been watching and monitoring the live flight conditions
CRJ?
tonight and talking about the resources that are coming in. We're watching right now a Maryland Natural Resources Police helicopters just made quite a lengthy jog from the Delmarva Peninsula over to the DC area to probably partake in this operation somehow. Again, flights right now at DCA Airport still halted, nothing inbound, nothing outbound.
I heard him say
we can
CRJ,
see several
I just don't
helicopters that are continuing to fly over the Potomac
Of course,
River.
this was a
where
collision,
we understand this
so it
Black Hawk
wasn't the
helicopter
plane,
and this regional
apparently.
flight collided. We know that the regional
a
flight,
collision.
according to reports, had about 60 passengers, 4 crew member. We don't know how many people that Black Hawk helicopter had on board. This may have been something you guys said earlier. Let me try you first, Chris. Do you know off the top of your head approximately the maximum capacity for a Black Hawk helicopter?
Mr. Snotty loves CRJ. I
Ricky,
do not like
I'm sorry,
them at
James.
all.
In that configuration,
Right,
I'm not
babe?
really sure if if they're going to have any kind of VIP, seating inside the Black Hawk. But I would think, probably 11-ish,
Okay.
10 to 12, maybe.
It was a CRJ,
Ricky?
yeah. I thought I heard that.
Yeah, so James, the max crew, the crew's usually
Every time we
3,
get
and then they
on
can
one,
carry
I'm
around
like,
11 people
so
in a Black
freaking
Hawk
uncomfortable
helicopter,
with
but
it.
it does depend on what type of configuration is put in. For example, I flew on a U.S. Navy helicopter back in October, and we carried, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us in the back and 2 aircrew up front. And we could have carried a
still
few
trying
more
to get-
people if we needed to, space-wise, but they didn't have the seats configured. So obviously, if they're transporting people, they're probably going to have to, have seats in this case. Yeah. But if they're transporting different types of,
Legs,
equipment or something like that, they'd obviously leave a bigger space in the back.
Dayton,
open.
Ohio,
In the DC
airline.
area, you kind of would assume
What
they're
it
probably
says.
not transporting things too much and probably more people, but that's just an assumption I'm making there based off kind of the flights that they go through the DC area. Chris, just from an aviation standpoint, though, I mean, this is a defining moment in aviation history for the United States. This will be a moment that everyone remembers and looks back upon as to
Right, it's a collision.
the significance of this accident.
Thank you.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. One of the things about aviation is it often takes, these accidents to a lot of good comes out of these in light of a lot
It's
of
just
bad. And I know
the
that's,
airline is based out of
really hard to say, but
Dayton, Ohio is what it says.
I'm out of this. But like you guys have said, it's going to
Sorry,
be a
not
year
the
or more
airline.
before you hear anything about it.
Sorry.
Yeah,
and
I
there
think.
will be. Sorry, James. There
you
will
go.
be a lot of people who try and
Dayton, Ohio
figure it out
based
themselves.
airline.
And
That's what it says.
we've done a little bit of that. I think on the 100 the sky high level tonight, but then there's the people who will try to make a ton of videos and everything about this on social media or on political talk the next couple of days. And the real answer is, we just got to kind of wait and see with what the reports say.
Yeah, I can't say we've done anything perfect here tonight, but I think to that point, Ricky, there are probably people in our YouTube chat right now who are saying, yeah, but I'm seeing this or I know this. And that may very well be true. We are trying to walk a professional line of only gathering and showing you data that we feel either correlates or are highly confident in due to the
trigger warning. I'm going to play this. Trigger warning, you guys. Oh my. Everybody, trigger warning. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to share it now. Let's see. Look, you can see, oh God, you can see the helicopter. Oh shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Oh. Oh my God. Did you guys? Holy crap. Oh my God. Oh, shit. No, I appreciate it. Oh, that just makes my stomach hurt. My heart hurt. I mean, that's what it's going to look like, right? I know. Like, what was... Oh my God. The helicopter, like, definitely seems... Oh, God. Oh my... Just getting ready to land. Oh, I can't. I don't... If anybody wants me to play it again, I will. Wow. I mean, it looks like what you would expect it to look like. I mean, obviously, I pray that somebody makes it out of there. It doesn't look good. Nope. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry at all. No, I appreciate you getting that. I mean, that's what it is, right? That is what it is. We can't be afraid of it. Hey, Panda. Oh my. It is horrible. No, this is what it is. This is what it is. I mean, yeah. And 60 on the plane. Okay, I'll play it one more time, then we'll go back to coverage. Oh gosh. Look, you can see the helicopter going right there. Oh my God. Why? Why did you do that? Why did you do that? I just want to ask that everybody pray for the families of everybody involved. Yeah, legs. That's okay. So we're gonna no, I want to thank you, Top Hats. Actually, I totally thank you for that, because that's what happened. Just because it's hard to see doesn't make it not real. Okay, that feed is gone now. Let me see. No, it's okay. I can get that one pretty easy. Okay.
That we're hearing right now is very preliminary. This is all information that is very preliminary, and we are trying to get as much information as we can right now from the airport, from the airlines, from the agency that was in charge of that helicopter, from all of it. Media is assembling here at the airport, and I can tell you just for myself, I had to run over here. I couldn't even get into the airport. I could get to about Route 1 in Crystal City and then had to park my car and run over here to come meet my photographer and get on the air. So obviously an active situation. We're going to be here all night, guys. This is looking grim, to say the least, and we'll get all the details that we can get for you. Back to you.
Adam, you really set the stage for us, because we know you know that airport so well in all your years of reporting. It's also restricted airspace there. And the fact that the Black Hawk and aircraft collided midair. Can you talk about how interesting, unique, and mysterious that is?
I mean, it happens every day.
Okay,
And the
so,
fact that all of these
quite
aircraft
honestly,
are moving around our region. Anyone who lives here in the DMV knows that there are constant helicopters flying above from military operations. There are airport that fly through this airspace that traverse this area. So it is a very closely coordinated dance. There's a Coast Guard helicopter that is all the time flying here at Reagan National Airport.
So I'm just,
it's not like this
in my
isn't something that happens
I'm just gonna
out of the blue.
okay,
The White House isn't far from here. You've got Marine One that's flying here all the time. So that part of it definitely needs to be understood. What happened here where this plane was able to get this close enough to a helicopter in this airspace,
as much as
which
I
is so
try
closely
very hard,
restricted. A lot of times
I like
we'll try to fly
certain
drones around here
channels
as part of our News 4 coverage. We can't inside the Beltway.
And probably this is why. You know what? This is probably why I have 10 people in. That's fine. I'm fine with that. But I'm looking at some of the thumbnails of other creators, and I'm disgusted. I'm just gonna fucking be honest. I'm disgusted. I wasn't sure where I saw this picture because this picture earlier of a plane crash didn't look like anything that was in the water. And that was the first thing that caught my attention. That's JLR's thumbnail. That is fucking not the damn crash. Okay, so you pulled up some fucking gross ass damn picture of a plane crash. That's just what you did. Is he wrong? I don't know. I guess not. Apparently not. Ictamel's thumbnail is the video that we just fucking showed that was very disturbing. So yeah, that's why they have hundreds of thousands of fucking subscribers, and I fucking never will. And I'm okay with that. Because I'm just fucking annoyed. Why? Why is that JLR's fucking... That's no fucking different than fucking Dolly, if you ask me, with the fucking bullshit.
Anacostia Bowling. What I am told by two first responder sources who are on the scene there right now, they tell me that the plane itself crashed in about 7 feet of water and split into two, and that divers from both DC Police Department and the DC Fire Department are in the water and are actively searching the wreckage of that plane as we speak on the shoreline closer to Joint Base. The helicopter, I'm told by those same sources, is upside down in the water, and the way they described it is that it bounces up and down, and sometimes it comes above the surface and sometimes it goes below. They're telling me that the helicopter is not stable enough to have divers make entry to yet. When I spoke to them about 15 minutes ago, but they had made entry into the plane, which again, sources are telling me had split in two. Again, right now, if we look in the air, we can see at least two helicopters with their spotlights flashing down on the river. We also see several boats in the river. Again, most of this activity focusing on the opposite of the river from where we are along Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. And I will tell you, as I was up in Falcon 1, the DC police helicopter, just about a week ago,
Thank you, Panda.
doing a ride along with these officers who are most likely in that chopper above us right now doing this search. And I can tell you they were keenly aware.
That's just disturbing to me.
Anytime we came in proximity of Reagan National Airport, they verbalized it to both the pilot and the tactical officer. They told us their instrumentation notified them of that as well. It is, as Adam Tuss said, highly restricted airspace there, but those pilots were keenly aware, had that situational awareness of how close they were to the planes taking off and landing at Reagan National Airport. So again, as we look along the shoreline here, we see first responder units as far as we can see up and down the river from Joint Base Andrews all the way up to, it looks at least to the Memorial Bridge as we head that direction up the river. But again, a massive response of first responders from all over the region now on both
My
sides of the
heart goes
river
out
here,
to
near
anybody
Reagan
who
National.
is.
Hey, Mark,
Back
we're
to you
just getting
guys.
some
affected.
new information. I know there was speculation about where that Black Hawk helicopter came from. The U.S. Army now confirms the aircraft involved in tonight's incident was an Army UH-60 helicopter out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia. We're still working to get more information. Again, an Army UH-60 helicopter out of Fort Belvoir, Virginia. It was not an aircraft that came from Joint Base Anacostia Bowling,
which is right near the scene of the crash.
Yes, right across. Mark, I don't know if you're familiar. Do you know anything? Have you heard any more information about the possibility of this Army helicopter?
I have not, but I will say that, given that information, the speculation obviously was that it might have been out of Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. Coming out of Fort Belvoir is that these pilots may not have been as familiar with the plane routes, with the airport, with bowling over there. We don't want to speculate about that, but you would certainly expect pilots who were coming out of Joint Base Anacostia Bowling to be more than familiar with the air traffic in this area. So again, from what my one source told me, that helicopter that is upside down in the river, again, on the opposite side from where we are, and they are unable to make entry into that helicopter. The divers so far have been unable to make entry into that helicopter because of the precarious nature of the way it is positioned in the water right now.
We also had an Army official say earlier indications there were 3 people on board that Black Hawk helicopter when it collided coming from Wichita, Kansas. Mark Seagraves on Dangerfield Island. Mark, thanks so much for the update. I know you'll stand by to give us any more information as we learn. We're trying to get as much information as this investigation continues into the collision of an American Airlines flight coming from Wichita, Kansas, with a Black Hawk helicopter and then crashed into Potomac River. What we know at this point, there's 60 passengers and 4 crew members on board, but we're still trying to piece together this information as this investigation continues.
Absolutely. We just heard from President Trump a short time ago. He released a statement that said, "I have been fully briefed on the terrible accident which just took place at Reagan National Airport. May God bless their souls. Thank you for the incredible work being done by our first responders. I am monitoring the situation and will provide more details as they arrive."
There are other statements coming in from the vice president, from Maryland Governor Wes Moore, and also Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. This here on the screen you're seeing is the president's statement that we have been telling you that he's been briefed and monitoring the situation and saying, may God bless their souls.
Earlier, we were talking about if you've lived in the DC region for some time, this may take you back to 1982, 43 years ago, when that Air Florida Flight 90 crashed into the 14th Street Bridge. 74 people on board that flight died. I believe there were 4 survivors. That happened January 13th, also in the frigid waters of the Potomac. Tonight, we are once again watching crews search for survivors in the frigid waters, 35 degrees of the Potomac.
Let's go now to D.C. Councilman Charles Allen, who serves as the chair of the Committee on Transportation for the D.C. Council. Thanks for joining us this evening. Tell us what you know about what's going on right now at Reagan National Airport.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, first, my thoughts and everybody's goes out to the passengers and crew of that plane coming in from Wichita, and of course to that helicopter. And in particular, of course, to all the first responders.
Okay,
search and rescue is ongoing right now. Divers in the water, cold water, and all night. So our thoughts are with them. It's an absolutely horrible tragedy, of course. I am hearing that there are some survivors that have been rescued, but I do believe we also we will be seeing fatalities that come in as the official work continues to go on.
Oh, yeah.
I represent Ward 6, which is the Southwest waterfront. We're no stranger to helicopters that come along our waterways right here. And seeing a collision like this just certainly going to raise a lot of questions for us. But tonight's focus is going to be on the search and rescue.
Absolutely. Let me ask you, what can you tell us? What are you learning about that search and rescue tonight? We know that we reported.
All right, I'm just going to show you a picture of plane. Not the exact, not that plane, but okay, sorry, I haven't been looking at. Let me see. I mean, it might be the plane, but it's that type of plane or. Okay. I recognize that, don't you, babe? I totally we've flown into Reagan so many times. Yes, yes. That's a Black Hawk, apparently, the helicopter. This actual picture looks like a, I don't know, I can't pull that up. Looks like a 50 gunner right on the side there. Anyway. There's that video. Why? Of course they're trained and skilled and all of that. It doesn't make any sense. They're really nice. They're actually not really nice. Mr. Snotty loves to fly on a CRJ. I absolutely do not. They feel like they don't. No, I don't like them. To me, when I get on a CRJ, what I feel like is, when you get on a plane and there are ashtrays on it still, you go, huh, how old is this bitch? That's what I feel like when I get on a CRJ. I feel like shit's breaking and stuff. I don't particularly care for that. But that's me. Mr. Snotty likes it because if he sits on an exit row, he has all kinds of leg room. So we always sit on an exit row. Okay, let me refresh some stuff. Yeah, it looks like it, right? Yeah. Right. Top hats, that's what I was thinking too. I don't see weather. Yep. Okay, I'm not going to harp on it anymore, but I just want seriously, I'm just annoyed. Look at JLR's look at his thumbnail. That's not the crash. It's not. Attention at all. And then if you look, where is Ictamels? See Ictamels right here. Just irritating. Clearly do whatever you want, but I just can't go there. Okay, where all do we have? I don't think that has changed. I'll keep looking on X and see. No, all over X, what they're saying is it doesn't look like an accident. I mean, and it kind of doesn't. Like, it looks like they went straight for it. I'm not going to lie. I'm nobody to make any kind of call like that. I know, right, Jerry? I know. That's... Right. Yeah. Top. Well, no, absolutely. I hope it was not. Absolutely. You do not even want to think that. I don't. Yeah, I mean, it really does show the helicopter just going straight for it. God, I hate this. Pretty much everybody on X is like, okay, it looks like Caroline Leavitt was on Hannity. Let me try to get that. Right. Will that be shut down, you think? You guys, I don't know why I have this hubcap thing. I don't know how to... I don't know what the hell that's about. Babe. I would be interested in hearing what happened with the one plane you're talking about. Top Hat's the one that you see first. And then also that plane, though, obviously was a plane saying, "What the F?" Hello, Army vet. Okay, let me see if I can get... Okay, let's see. The clickbait is irritating. It's irritating as shit. I'm serious. I'm Betty. They all need to... It's fucked up. I can't handle that crap. It's just wrong. Thank you.
All right, we have breaking news on a Fox News alert. All takeoffs and landings have been halted. Reagan National Airport, just outside of Washington, D.C. We're monitoring an apparent emergency situation in the Potomac River. According to local reports, an aircraft may have crashed. Joining us now at the very latest, our very own.
Into DCA a number of times. When you come into Washington, particularly if you're coming in along Windy Alley, to say nothing of the fact that we're talking about a fairly short porch to about that runway. Now, we're not certain if that was a factor in this event. We do know this, that there are fireboats that have been dispatched responding to a small aircraft crash or...
Okay, it wasn't small necessarily. I mean, it wasn't huge, but it's not small. And again, there's gonna be all, obviously. Hopefully, maybe, I hope. But you do have to wonder. It seems very weird. It seems really weird to me.
Or Sean, a collision with a helicopter. That's just some of the preliminary information that we are getting at this hour. As you see the live pictures from our Fox affiliate, Channel 5 here in Washington, WTTG, you can see
Right, Army Vet, that's what it does seem very weird. That helicopter literally seems to go straight for it. You know, I'm going to be very interested to find out who was on that plane. I mean, sadly, these days, that's kind of the way things go, right? I mean, when you think about that plane that fell out of the sky in Sao Paulo, there were 7 oncologists supposed with some breaking news that we all know nobody wants a cure for anything because they want you to keep taking a whole bunch of fucking medicine. Yeah, I would like to know. We were just about the Malaysian flight. You know, you got to look at who's on the plane. This is gross. This is gross. That this was, oh Lord. I don't ever think, though, that we're going to get information. We never do. What has anybody ever heard what happened to that plane in Sao Paulo? I haven't heard any more about it. We watched it literally fall out of the sky. Yeah, exactly. Well, Army Vet, you have to, I talk about it all the time, that Malaysian flight, planes don't just disappear like that. It's not Amelia Earhart. I mean, stop it. And another thing I say all the time, what in the actual fuck is going on at Diego Garcia? Something. And there are things that we aren't supposed to know. Don't get me wrong. There are some things that we should not know. I get that 100%. There's something very fucking weird about that damn. I'm never going to get that out of my head. I don't care. It bugs the fuck out of me, and it has for many years.
Enormous response right along the Potomac River there. Now, there are conflicting reports, Sean, so I want to be careful as I share some of these details. Again, information changes minute by minute. There have been some reports that there could be dozens of individuals in the water. There have been other reports that fire boats have been dispatched and have been pulling survivors from the water. It is nearly February, and so, of course, that means that the water is extremely cold. It adds to the precarious nature of the circumstance that we are all witnessing here in Washington. There is a fairly high number of aircraft that come in and out of Reagan during the evening. A lot of Congress personnel, a lot of Capitol Hill personnel come in and out of town late after visiting their districts. And so this is a very active airport throughout the day, but in particular,
it is a very active airport. But one thing I will tell you about Reagan, it's very small, very small. How many there's like one terminal, I think. Babe, I feel like there's like one terminal out of there. Oh, they aren't sharing when it left. Oh, wow. Top hats. Wow. Right. Right. Right in the flight path, right? That's what I'm saying. That doesn't make any damn sense. How many terminals are it's a small airport.
It's not a very big.
It's not big at all.
One big connection. I can't remember if it's Reagan or Dulles that has it's Dulles that has the self-driving buses.
Oh, Dulles is huge. Dulles is huge.
Yeah.
But Reagan is really small. It reminds me of Austin.
Yes.
I feel like they're like the same. They're like
the same caliber.
Right, one terminal.
Yeah.
Super small. Okay, so I'm gonna get these. Oh wow. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is okay. The first one you sent. Yes, thank you, Army Vet. Sorry, I'm getting stuff. Okay, the first one you sent. Okay, or the second one. Yep. I think so. If you actually watch it happen, 100%. So what we need to know is who's on that flight. That's going to be key, I believe. Oh wow, top hats. Okay, what do I do? Let me see. Right, right. I was going to say, okay. Okay, let's see. Wait, what am I? What is this going to show us? Oh my God. Oh, see, I missed the message that was. Yeah, that. Okay, I don't know. Shoot. So what does it? I'm anxious to see what happens. Right here. Okay, so now when it gets there. You know, this is weird because a lot of times American Airline, you can click to watch the flight. I watch Mr. Snotty's flights a lot. Look at it, shows the altitude there. That's wild. Yeah, exactly. They do. You're absolutely right. Right. The guy that shot the president literally was like, had no, zero. Me a effing break. Right. Yeah, I do it through our. That's the airline we use is American Airline. Yep. Yeah, right. That's going to be the tracking the Black Hawk for sure. It seemed like it went straight for it. You know, that's a thing that they have to remember. But you know what? The problem is that you have stupid people here that just accept shit. I know, Queen. I feel the same way. Mr. Snotty's got one the next couple of days for sure. Wow, 0. Oh my God. Look how wild that is. It goes. Oh my God. Exactly. That's just it. You know, I remember on 9/11, the people on the news saying, you know, well, is that the flight path? Well, fuck no. The flight path is not right into a damn building. No. What? Of course it's not. It looked like it was headed there for that intention. I mean, the video we saw, and that's the thing. We're asking the wrong question. Well, what I'm saying is who's on that plane. I'm assuming there's a target on that plane. That's my assumption. And who was flying the helicopter? Right. No, you're right. Okay. Yep. Well, you know, that's funny that you say that because I don't know if anybody's heard this, but several years ago, you know, because again, you know, I always have my issue with unions simply because people can't lose their job no matter what the hell they do. But there was a time when people in the tower were asleep. You know, flights were coming in to Reagan and they couldn't, kept trying to get someone to talk to them. And there was nobody there. And they don't get to lose their job because of the union. And I'm like, well, that's not right, because the tower should obviously say, hey, what are you doing? But even prior to that, they should know they can't be there. Yeah, that's a really that's a scary thing. I don't even like to say it out loud because then nobody wants to travel anywhere. It goes on in those damn towers. It actually does. I'm constantly telling myself I have to put it out of my damn head or I will just never leave the damn house. All the time. And that's not yeah, I'm never comfortable with what goes on. They're asleep, they're whatever. Exactly. Wow, that's so weird how that just goes to 0. So weird. Okay, let me see if I can find something new. I just don't trust that they're going to tell us anything that. Okay, this might be. I know, me too. Oh. Okay, Army Vet, thank you. Take care. Sorry, I'm trying to fish all around here for stuff, so I'm not catching the
space to precisely state where they are on a regular basis. They basically push out their GPS position. In the old days, it was just IFF, so it was just a singular sort of ping, an active ping on the radar saying, here I am, but the radar can only figure out where it was. Mm-hmm. In this case, the GPS position says this is exactly where I am in 3-dimensional space. So if such a collision was about to occur, the air traffic controller would get an immediate alert. They would see 2 converging tracks into the same piece of airspace, say within 1,000 feet of each other. The air traffic controller would be alerted.
That exact
you didn't
thing.
hear any type of urgency in the voice of the air traffic controller. So that would lead me to believe that perhaps one or both of the aircraft were not broadcasting ADS-B, or there was perhaps a problem there. So there's a lot of potential possibilities. However, it does seem, at least on first glance, knowing more, that both aircraft seem to be operating nominally without any other kinds of emergencies or other kinds of issues, unless something happened that we simply didn't hear on tape.
I want to point out to those of you referenced the video or the audio. We read the audio. We do not have that to share. Otherwise, we would do so. But I appreciate you sharing it because I think you can tell a lot from the inflections and the tone of voice in situations like that.
Yeah, it definitely adds context to it, sense of urgency. Armand, I want to ask you because, back in 2023, the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority president had really advocated against...
Hey, hang on one second. Hang on.
Okay.
So we just got in our ears, and I want to point this out. That helicopter, the Sikorsky helicopter, the Black Hawk helicopter, was on a training mission when it crashed. Just to share that with everybody. And again, 3 soldiers on board. No idea of their condition, nor do we have any clue about the 64 people on board that plane.
Go ahead. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in training missions, those are routine for them. This is their training area. It happens quite a bit. You see a lot of helicopters around, and so perhaps a routine training mission. But good information there. But just going back to what the airport authority president said, he advocated against adding more flights, additional flights, said that they were already operating at full capacity, that the main runway here at DCA is the most widely when used. I think 90% of their flights come in
not enough.
Oh wow.
The
Okay.
amount of
Nova
ground crews
scanner.
was a limiting
Okay, I'm on
factor.
X.
Perhaps there were some other limiting factors that would prevent them from handling more craft. Not necessarily a safety issue, but simply from a logistics standpoint.
Oh
It takes a
wow.
lot to
Oh
bring
my
in an
God.
aircraft
Okay.
and send it off.
Yeah.
So it could be a number of factors.
Armin, thank you very much. Again, we're getting more information as it comes in by the moment here. And we got to go out to Shamari Stone, who is right near the airport with more.
Hey, show.
Hey, Jim and Angie, we're here by Gravely Point, and you can see behind me, that is where this search and rescue effort is happening. Right. A lot of people No, have thank been you. coming out here Thank you very concerned much, about Top these Hat. 64 people who are on board this flight. I'm joined by Mark Hecker. He's actually from Washington State, and you are in D.C. for business. You're out here. What's going through your mind right now, Mark?
I mean, I just, we wrapped up our dinner and everything, and we had at a conference, and saw this on the news. And I spent a lot of time in Washington D.C. earlier in my life, and I used to come out here to Gravely Point to watch the planes, and I just couldn't sit in the hotel room. Just had to kind of come out and take a look at it, and take a moment to give some thoughts and prayers for the people that are involved here.
Your reaction when you see right over there's Reagan National Airport. There's the flashing lights. There's a lot of activity with police, U.S. Park Police, emergency crews. You have fire trucks going back and forth. What's going through your mind with that, Mark?
I mean, you could hear it all from our hotel room, and
You
it
know
was
what I'm
weird because you
thinking-
could
what
hear
I'm
that
seeing-
something really big must have happened.
Now that I went
because
over
there were
to X.
so many sirens going off, and I mean, it's just an incredible show of support, from the local emergency responders to come out. And I mean, I think back. I mean, it's stunning to see DC National with no planes coming out of it. I mean, the last time I remember seeing something of that was 9/11, and
me too.
Here we are. So it's really sad, and I hope. I really hope we can find something and hold that out, but it's just a tragic thing to see, and my prayers for the people that are involved.
Well, I want to thank you for speaking with me, Mark. You take it easy, and yeah, it's really cold out here. Moments ago, I just spoke to some employees who are on the WMATA buses, and they tell me that they are waiting just to help the emergency responders if they need to. It's pretty cold out here tonight, and there are also Metro Transit officers, and they are all. Make that quiet. Oh, God. Okay, let me see if I have the right thing. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, this is it. Oh, my God. All right, I think possibly a trigger warning. Hold on. Wow. Oh, gosh. No, I appreciate your help. Don't apologize, Top Hat. Anything I'm saying is not about you at all. It's not. No, I totally appreciate it.
S25, get the CRJ in flight. S25, F1 is CRJ. This club has a aircraft separation. Separate. Four 472 Washington Star, 1 star, 32017. American 3130, go around turn left in 250, claim Anthony 3000. 250, CRJ in flight. At 25, pass is CRJ. This club has a aircraft in flight, precision separation. Separation. The 472 Washington Tower, 1 star, 32017.
What is that?
American 3130, go around turn left in 250, claim Anthony 3000. At 25, CRJ in flight. At 25, pass is CRJ. This club has a aircraft in flight, precision separation. Separation. The 472 Washington Tower, 1 star, 32017.
Oh my God.
American 3130, go around turn left in 250, claim Anthony 3000. At 25, CRJ in flight. At 25, pass is CRJ. This club has a aircraft in flight, precision separation. Separation. The 472 Washington Tower, 1 star, 32017.
Oh God. Hey, try me. Oh Lord.
472. American 3130, go around turn left in 250, claim Anthony 3000.
Okay, so Atlantis. Hey, Happy. Okay. Okay, it says, so 2 hours ago, this channel put up major incident. CRJ regional plane versus helicopter over the Potomac. Multiple casualties reported. That was 2 hours ago. Wait. Where is he getting that information from? I mean, honestly, try me. That's what you would expect, right? People on X watch the other plane. I know. I know. That's just it. Okay, I'm really been trying to get on top of X because that's where everything happens. And so I went straight over there and there was nothing. That's weird. $67 what? Right, Top Hats, you had stuff from Reddit, all this stuff, and it was still not on X. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 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 60 passengers and 4 crew, and then the helicopter. Yep. I don't know why. It's still not really big on X. That's weird. Why not? Okay, now I'm feeling weird. Are you seeing a lot of weird shit on X now? Top Hats, I am. Oh shit. Hold on, hold on. I don't know. The Doomsday plane is now circling the crash area. Flew hours to get there. Why? It says, why is this aircraft needed? This is for nuclear situations involving high-ranking members of the United States government and military. That's what that says. I don't know anything about it. No, exactly, Top Hats. What is a doomsday plane? Yeah, there's lots of shit being said on X now. Okay. Oh, you see the airport? Okay, that's what it's, yeah, Queen. That's what somebody said on here. Oh God. I don't want to say everything they're saying on X right now because it's crazy. Okay, I'm getting way involved in a bunch of crap over here. This is what on X I get really. I got a new video. Oh shit. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. I got a new video. What the fuck? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Oh gosh. Okay, sorry. Okay, I could take that off. I'm sorry. Yeah, I definitely don't feel good about this at all. Okay. I apologize, you guys. Let's see.
Up at 12:30 this morning, which we will carry here. And again, we're expecting briefings
Okay,
every
we have a
hour on
press
the hour. I
briefing
would
coming
expect
up
we learn about
in
that first
15
one
minutes.
is going to be
Okay,
just
good.
what they know. I don't think we're going to get many other answers because it is so early in this process. Again, this all only unfolded 3 hours and roughly 15 minutes ago. So this is a story that is just breaking in the grand scheme of things fairly recently. It's going to take a while to get the answers that people want and that, more importantly, that people deserve, especially those who are directly affected by this crash.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing there are people there at the airport that were waiting for their wives and their loved ones to arrive, and they're still hoping that they will have a chance. That is hard. That is hard to hear and see, but that is the reality, and that is the situation that we are all dealing with right now as we wait for word on whether or not the operation efforts have been successful in the sense of pulling anybody out and
Thank you so much,
saving
Top
any
Hat. I
lives.
totally do
But
appreciate you.
Hey,
I'm waiting for
so the
this.
camera we're seeing on the top left, that is, remind me guys in the control room
Add to
where the
end.
shot is from, where they're at. Is this over in Alexandria? Okay, that's in Alexandria because you just saw the one boat go by, and they brought in those temporary light standards to illuminate the area. I mean, look, it's midnight now. It's 12:15 in the morning. It's pitch black. The water
Okay,
is
15 minutes. We're
can
going to
be
get a
murky.
press
It is
briefing.
cold. It's frigid.
We've been told. All right, we can look at this one now. Wait, close that. So what a lot of people are saying is watch the other plane. I mean, I don't know. Oh, that's from the Kennedy Center. Oh, wow. God, it's so weird how familiar I am with DC. So many things there. I love that place. Oh, right. Oh, this is live right now. Okay. Okay, I get you. So we could. Remember that time we were there and there was an event at the Kennedy Center?
What at the end of the Kennedy Center?
That time we were there for restoring honor. There was that event at Kennedy Center?
Yep.
That was
Awesome. Every time you've been there, it's awesome. We should go again for our anniversary. I think we should. Because it's fucking awesome.
there's going to be a briefing in 12 minutes. I don't know. I don't have a damn clock that is. Yeah, he did make a statement. There's going to be a briefing. Well, from a base in Virginia is where the helicopter came from. Oh gosh. Okay, let me see if I can find anything else on X. Seriously, trending is The View and Michelle Obama. Who gives two mother fucks about those? Good grief. Give me a fucking break. That's irritating to me. Who cares about fucking Michelle Obama? Okay, hold on. I just found. Okay. Hold on. Okay, I just got. I don't know. We'll watch it together. I don't know exactly what I have here. Right, Top Hats. That's what's weird. What the fuck? This is kind of hard to hear. Some of it. I don't know.
Turn left in 250, Clemente 3000. 3 to Wilson Bridge, change to start runway 33, clear to land. 25 Memorial. S25 running. S25, get the CRJ in sight. S25, pass on is CRJ. S25 has a aircraft in sight, precision separation. Separation. American 3130, go around, turn left in 250, Clemente 3000.
Both the helicopter and the plane crashed in the river. It's east of the approach end of runway 33. It was probably out in the middle of the river. I just saw a fireball and then it was just gone. So I haven't seen anything since they hit the river, but it was a CRJ and a helicopter that hit. I would say maybe a half mile off the approach end of 33. Fire Command, the accident happened in the river. Both the helicopter and the plane crashed in the river. It's east of the approach end of runway 33. It was probably out in the middle of the river. I just saw a fireball and then it was just gone. So I haven't seen anything since they hit the river, but it was a CRJ and a helicopter that hit. I would say maybe a half mile off the approach end of 33. Fire Command, the accident happened in the river.
Flight data
both the
shows.
helicopter and the plane crashed in the river. It's east of.
Three soldiers were aboard the Black Hawk, but no senior U.S. officials were present. The military helicopter was found upside down, nearly fully submerged. Flight data shows the chopper was first tracked near CIA headquarters. What? Video footage appears to show the helicopter flew directly into the plane. What?
Is it? It's blue. It's blue.
Oh,
What happened?
oh my God.
Oh my. Is it? It's blue. It's blue.
Oh,
What happened?
oh my God.
Oh my. Is it?
Wow.
It's blue. It's blue.
Oh,
What happened?
oh my God.
Oh my. It's blue. It's blue.
Oh,
What happened?
oh my God.
Oh my. Is it?
Oh shit.
It's blue. It's blue.
Oh,
What happened?
oh my God.
Oh lordy, lordy. So that was clearly just people there in the area, just okay. So I want to make sure we get that presser. Or no. I'm dying to know who's on that plane. You know, obviously Kash Patel's already there because his hearing starts tomorrow. I know a lot of people don't want that. Okay, I want to make sure I'm on the right channel before, so we don't miss anything in the presser. Which is irritating because I don't believe a damn thing that anybody says anymore, ever, ever, ever. Let me see. I think Fox, the local Fox, is probably going to be the best. I know, that's the thing. That is who's on that plane. That is 100% what I want. That is going to be... Okay, that should be coming up any minute.
Collision that happened around 9 p.m. And if you look at the boards over here, soon it will change. But right now it says emergency alert due to an emergency situation. All flights are being held on the airfield. Additional information will be available as received for customers on departing flights. Please check with your airline representative. But it's definitely such a scary feel in here. We have seen a few people waiting and walking around.
Okay, I think I got it.
You had to do a double take and could not believe what they saw. And so I think that a lot of people are still in a a state of shock. Heard Bob Barnard saying that a lot of people are just coming down to where he is at. I believe he's a little more southern, right? He's south of Gravelly Point, and they had to come see for themselves, and they can't believe
just
something like this would happen.
We should be getting more information during this press conference. Okay, go ahead and talk. Control room's talking to me. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. There's
Okay,
the
yeah,
press conference on the
is coming
top
up.
right-hand corner of your screen. Okay. Yep.
Oh, sorry.
So let me ask the control room. Take that top right box, put it somewhere in here, and we'll continue to talk. And the second that we see people walk up, we will stop. That way you can focus on keeping the train on the rails here. But as we take a look at the latest from the Associated Press, and again, this is from an AP source, they say multiple people have been killed in this mid-air collision.
yeah.
We don't know how many. This is according to a person familiar with the matter, telling the AP, the person not authorized to publicly discuss details. So that is from the AP. We depend on the AP for a lot of the information coming down here. And again,
Anybody
because
who's
this
alive,
operation
I'm
has
going to
taken
be
so
so
long,
thankful for her, because
you know, you hope for the best, you plan for the worst, and unfortunately, that seems to be what we're going to hear at some point. This, what you're looking at, is inside one of the terminals at Reagan
sorry to
Airport.
hear that
Everybody's
happening. That's
getting into
sad.
place. We will take that live as soon as it happens.
Yeah, and right now we are waiting to find out just exactly, if there was any type of rescues that were made. We're getting conflicting reports, but still, at this point, no confirmation that anyone or anything has been pulled from the water. We do know that members that are also at this airport, waiting patiently and waiting with a lot of hope to get good news or a good update. We heard from the CEO of American Airlines, who really couldn't give us too much detail, but said that their priority right now is to do everything and anything they can do for these passengers and for the crew and for their families. And so hopefully Sierra Fox is there.
A lot
I
of
believe,
people were there to
standing
pick somebody
by.
up.
She'll be able to bring us the very latest. And of course, we're going to bring you that live information as it
Not
comes
all
in.
60 of them
Meanwhile,
were
we
gonna,
have made note that not
grab
a
an
whole
Uber
lot
or-
has changed as far
No,
as
no.
the level of response. And
Well, while we're waiting to hear from this briefing, buddy Ismail is joining us
I
now.
actually
He's live
love
on
that
Zoom.
airport.
Where you are, you live somewhere where you saw really this happen, and I just want to get your take as to what you
It's very
saw earlier
small.
this evening. And by the, where are you at, buddy?
I am at Buzzard Points, where the point
right there.
is, by James Creek Marina. I have an advantage view of the Potomac River, the Anacostia River, Reagan Airport, the military base. I have view, so I could see everything that is happening from the moment the crash happened, because I was in my, I was sitting and watching TV when the crash happened, but it was a bang, bang, very loud bang, bang, something I'm not familiar with, something you don't normally hear. So I turned into the window to take a look, and that's when I saw some smokes on the south side of the airport.
Oh my gosh.
So I still I wasn't able to comprehend everything. So a few minutes later, that's when I saw the DC Park, the Coast Guard, DC Police, Arlington Police, fire truck, everything and everybody, every resource within DC were heading toward the crash scene. That's when I took the video, somewhere around 8:50 p.m. And we want to make sure like something is really happening. The river, the Potomac, is frozen. We're talking about a 39-degree as we speak today. So it's been frozen since the inauguration day. So that's another hassle that the U.S. Coast Guard have to maneuver through all this ice in order to get to the crash scene. The crash scene is about 2 miles from where I'm at. Based on what I see, I have friends that work at the DC Park. Based on their analysis on the site, this is not a search and rescue mission at this point, okay? It is, unfortunately, it's a recovery mission. I see only a handful of boats. I would say maybe like 10
I
boats
watch
at the very most.
that sometimes.
Most of them are on the east side of the river, which is by the military base. And I believe that's where the crash, where the debris of the plane is. So this is what is happening right now. I see fire trucks on the Reagan Airport. So there's two actual sites of the crash. What you see on the screen right now is the Reagan Airport, but we need someone to take a look at the crash scene. I see helicopter with their flash and lights all over the Potomac, trying to find any possible life. When we talk about 39 degrees, we're talking about hypothermia. It's inevitable.
Right.
So this happened at 8:50 p.m. Now we are at 12:34. We're hitting almost 4 hours.
Yeah.
So this is really devastating.
Abadi, let me jump in for a second here, because I just want to point out, yes, when we talked about the air temperature, we talked about the water temperature. Clearly, these are dangerous, treacherous, life-threatening conditions out there. We do not have any confirmation yet. If it's been called a rescue mission, they have not officially called it a recovery operation, which again, we're hoping to hear some update momentarily.
Yeah, and from our vantage point, it actually looks like it's somewhat stayed the same. The presence, if anything, has only grown. But if I understand you clearly from what you've been able to see, because you have a different view, does it look like there are fewer
boats? 100%.
Yeah.
They are. All of them are stationed on the east side of the river. So and they've been stationed there for a while now. So that tells me that they found the debris of the plane. So what they're doing right now is they're either collecting, rescuing. You're right. They call it search and rescue. So we just keep it that way and hope for the best. Hopefully they found some live people within this cold temperature waterway.
You would hope so.
Yeah, and where you see most of the boats, is that still on the Maryland side, like where the Joint Base, Anacostia Bowling side?
Correct. And yes, but let me take you actually outside so you can see.
Yeah, let's do that.
That'd be great if you can. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I realize because we've seen from people who've been sending us video just from their vantage points, and when you look at it from afar, you get a sense of what kind of massive operation.
It is a massive operation, 100%. The fire trucks with Reagan Airport of them, but the amount of boats in the water, they're like handful. That just tell me it's either the frozen water and inability for many of these boats to get to the sites. I'm not so sure, but it's not as the scene in the water is not as much as the scene at the runway or at the Anacostia Bowling military base. So
Abadi, we thank you so much for your insight on this and just from your story. We have to go back to the airport right now. We're still awaiting that briefing, but Nana St. is there. She's been at the airport since the breaking news came down, and she's here with an update now. Nana?
Hey, Jim. Yes, in moments we are expecting a briefing, an update from public safety officials. We know DC Fire is here. We know DC Mayor Muriel is here as well as Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, all expected to speak at this podium that is set here. A number of news outlets, media outlets here, all doing the same thing that we've been trying to do since we've been out here. The moment we got the call, get some answers and figure out what's taking place. How is that rescue going? Now, the 60 passengers and the 4 crew members, notification sensor that's set up here in Terminal 1 for family. From Terminal 2, because that's where we were at our last hit in the ticketing area. We had to walk a bit to Terminal 1 where the presser is taking place. On the way is where we saw the reunification center, obviously with tents set up. We couldn't see any family members, but that's where we're told airport leaders, the American airline leaders are kind of gathering families as they come in looking for their loved ones. Again, we don't really have any additional information. We just know that there is a reunification center set up here in Terminal 1. And when people come to the airport, they'll be led in that direction. But as we try and get more information that we can share with our viewers, again, we're here, we're waiting for this update. A lot of people just have many questions. We did see passengers inside the terminal at Terminal 2 asking for questions as well. And I even saw some saying, we're just going to follow you. So it's expected to start any moment from now. They told us 12:30. As you know, it's well after 12:30. Sometimes these things, it literally just takes time. They're still gathering. They're still putting together information before they get in front of us and deliver whatever it is they have. So we'll be here. It's expected to start soon. Again, you can see everyone is set up, ready to go. and we'll have whatever updates that come in for you. But again, very fluid situation. We've been moving around. You know, we started at Gravelly, we worked our way to the ticketing Terminal 2, and now we're here where this presser is getting ready to start. So hopefully we can have the information we've been asking, the numbers, the rescue. And then one question that I have is when we were at Gravelly, we saw those boats go in and then they left, you know? So like, why were those boats pulled out? Were they too far? Was the rescue taking place somewhere else? So many questions. You were hearing a lot of different unconfirmed reports. So there's so many questions. And Jim, I did not forget the question you asked me to figure out what time this airport will reopen, whether it's 5 a.m. that we're hearing or it's sometime on Friday. So we'll try and do the best that we can, but
You're
bear
back,
with us
Jerry.
because we have a lot coming in right now.
Yeah, and hopefully, Nana, that's why we have the briefing where we'll get those answers out there. But thank you very much. We appreciate you, Nana, and we'll check back in with you in a little bit. Again, situations like this in times of breaking news and things are fluid. We were told that the briefing would be at 12:30. Obviously, they want to make sure that everybody is on the same page with something like this before they start addressing the media on this matter.
One official we did hear from, though, was recently Robert Ism, who is the American Airlines CEO.
Good to see you, Jerry.
And he said in a video that he released that they would like to express their deep sorrow about the events of this crash. It's a difficult day for all of them, and their efforts are focused now on the needs of the passengers, their crew members, their partners, the first responders and families and loved ones. And then he offered the one phone number that they want those who believe that they have loved ones or friends, perhaps on this flight, to call. I know we were sharing that earlier. I'll go ahead and run through that again in case you're just joining us now. 1-800-679-8215. 800-679-8215.
Waiting for that pressure, but I'm going to run to the restroom.
And again, I know we've been speaking to some eyewitnesses and but I think it's also really important to reiterate that at this point, we still don't have any confirmation as far as casualties, injuries, deaths.
We just have the numbers.
Yeah.
60 passengers, 4 crew, 3 soldiers. And I think those are numbers we're going to remember for a long while. That as mentioned, that Sikorsky helicopter was on a training mission, as they often do. And these are more or less the premier helicopters that the U.S. military, the U.S. Army often used to transport dignitaries around. There were no dignitaries on board this flight, according to a report from the Army tonight. So at this hour, again, only at 12:42 in the morning, you know, you see maybe a couple stragglers, some concessionaires at Reagan Airport shutting down for the night, security, cleaning crews. And tonight, unfortunately, this has become really the epicenter of what we're going to hear as this breaking news continues.
Very much to see this, but here we are seeing it. Oh, how about now, Queen? Can you hear me now?
All right, we're continuing to look at these live images.
Can you hear
at
me
this
now?
hour? There's only so much we can say, guys. And you know, let me. I know we were talking about this earlier. Is I want to bring back in Kenneth Moten to the conversation here because Metro had diverted, or they were running extra Silverline service. There were reports that people might be diverted. You were running down some of the things from FlightAware, Kenneth, and it does look like there were some diversions.
There were diversions, and several into Dulles. There were flights out of Nashville, Denver, Minneapolis, Orlando that were originating from those cities that were headed for Reagan National. They all landed in the 9 p.m. hour. So if the crash happened around 8:30, just before 9 or so, before this flight was supposed to land at DCA, those other flights were en route and bound, and they were diverted shortly after this mass casualty event was declared, and they were diverted to Dulles. Many of them diverted to Dulles. There were a couple that I saw, according to FlightAware.com, that were diverted to BWI that were coming from Atlanta and Houston. These were Southwest flights as well. So this is something that is typical. If there was some type of incident that would happen on the runway at Reagan, on that main runway or any of the runways there, that very busy Reagan National Airport, we would see flights diverted. These flights, several of them diverted, something that I feel like we haven't seen the amount of flights that we saw diverted after this incident, which is understandable. This is something that we really have not seen before. And then obviously those who are on, the passengers who are on those flights had to get in touch with their family members, whoever was possibly going to pick them up at Reagan to say, now I'm at Dulles, now I'm at BWI. And obviously, once they learned, this is me speculating, but once I'm just putting myself in their shoes, learning what happened as soon as they landed, I'm pretty sure they were very thankful because at this moment, I mean, I'm pretty sure for the in and out of Reagan, you could say that could have been me.
A lot of people.
Sobering, very sobering thought for those passengers who landed, who were on those diverted flights that were supposed to land at Reagan in the 9 o'clock hour. But many of them, again, landed safely at Dulles and BWI. And again, as Jim, as you and Angie have been mentioning tonight, obviously that Silver Line service has been extended there from Dulles. Obviously, people are making transportation or made transportation arrangements from BWI as well. And look, that was my count on FlightAware, but I do believe that there were other flights because it was a very busy night at Reagan National. Can you imagine? I do believe there were other flights that were diverted as well. But I'm also seeing the cancellations that are also popping up. Typically, the boards that we've seen where Nana showed us the board that had the message up there, typically those boards will tell you what the delays and the cancellations are. When we've gone and done snowstorms or anything that have been weather impacts there, we go to those boards to see what's happening and to see what kind of delays and cancellations are going to be. And so I went on FlightAware.com.
Which we use often. I mean, you know, it's a very useful tool,
And it's already showing a number of cancellations, obviously. And then, yes, we've been reporting that the airport is going to be closed to 5 a.m. But Jim, Angie, this will be a ripple effect that I know that we're reporting that right now. It's showing that the airport is going to be closed until 5 a.m. on Friday. But knowing Reagan, knowing what we even saw from the snowstorm from a few weeks ago that crippled, and I hope things turn out well tonight. Reagan National Airport and all of our 3 major airports. I do believe from my experience here that this is going to be a ripple effect that will impact that airport, maybe even possibly through the weekend as this investigation really is in the infancy stages because we're this rescue operation that is still underway there. As you look at that line of ambulances here, I've also, guys, been checking into to see obviously the hospitals in our area. We have a number of major hospitals with level 1 trauma centers that are ready for this. We know that when it comes to the first responders that you see there, when it comes to the hospital staff, they train for these types of incidents, hoping that they will never happen. But here we have them waiting on standby, waiting to serve, waiting to treat patients if and when they get them. Again, a very sobering scene that you see there with those first responders.
You know, we've been reading a lot of statements that are coming in, and Kenneth, and I want to read this because it's coming from the President of the United States on his Truth Social account. I'm just going to read this verbatim. This is from President Donald Trump. The airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It's a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? This is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented. Not good. Yeah, we're certainly, it is a terrible situation, no doubt. And we're hoping to get some answers, at least some preliminary answers, when we check in with the briefing coming up in just a little bit. In fact, as mentioned before, this is the second day on the job, but he was sworn in today. New Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. We will be hearing from him early on in this briefing as well, whenever it gets underway. They're in position. Again, at times like these, they will give us a time, but it does take some coordination to get everybody out there and to speak. But we will be hearing from Fire Chief John Donnelly, senators from Kansas as well. It was Senator Jerry Moran earlier tonight, a Republican from Kansas, who had said earlier, he kind of gave the first confirmation. We had heard that maybe it was Wichita. We had heard roughly around 9:15 where the flight was. It took time for us to confirm that, but the senator will be speaking there because these are their their constituents as well.
That's right. And you mentioned Ted Cruz too.
Ted Cruz as well. Yeah, head of the Commerce Committee in the Senate, which oversees transportation.
Yeah, so they'll be getting their own separate briefing also in the morning. But yeah, you talk about about Secretary Duffy, and wow, yeah, sworn in today, and he was there right in the beginning. He said, I'm at FAA headquarters, so he's been there at ground zero, so to speak, since this started. So hopefully they'll be able to shed more light on this, and more importantly, be able to give some of these families some answers.
And,
I mean,
I got to
that's
be
what we're all
honest.
waiting for. This is, unconfirmed reports. We are getting text messages. I mean, this is where we live. People were coming home, and now, we are starting to get messages.
I understand 100.
People.
I always say this: we're not supposed to know everything. It would not be responsible of our government to tell us everything, every single thing
for many of us.
That's the truth.
We can only hope for the best.
Yeah,
But
and I keep
don't
looking
like
down. I mean, you probably see us looking down, and
what
just
we
getting
heard
the latest
yesterday about the
information out there,
drones.
and seeing if we're getting any new
I don't like
alerts
it.
that are coming through. Yeah, there's a lot of people watching this, and a lot of people watching. Let's
What
go
we
back over
heard
to
tells
Shamari
me
Stone. He's
that
over at Gravelly Point.
there's
He's ready to
something
go.
we
Shamari, let's
don't
go to
need
you.
to know, which is
Well, first of all, the people that I speak to are actually some of our tourists who are staying in their hotels. You have people who are in hotels and live actually near Reagan National Airport. Many of them have been coming out here throughout the evening, taking photos. One woman was praying that I saw. And how did this happen? What? Those are questions that will have to be answered in due time. People are concerned, obviously, about those people. And over here, you have Metro Transit police officers, U.S. Park Police, you have WMATA buses, and all of them are here as a command post by Gravelly Point. This area is been closed. They're allowing us to be here to bring you this live television. There are people on the bus over there waiting for emergency responders who are cold to come and warm up there. You have these officers also on standby, and that cruiser you're seeing right there is moving, and people come in and out. And there's a lot of activity here at this area. And if you move over here, this is where they have the rescue mission. And right now we're going to go to the news conference for you all so we can get an update.
Yeah,
go right ahead.
Thank you, Shamari. We'll check back in with you. We're going to go back over to Reagan Airport. This is where that briefing is happening. You can see they've been given the go, and any moment now we are expecting to hear from several officials and the initial information. And I expect we will get a bit of a clearer picture as to what the toll is. All we've been told, the Associated Press has been told, was it was multiple casualties. So they are stepping over to that podium right now.
I want to know who was
Let's
on
listen
that
into
plane.
Reagan Airport as we are set to hear what led up and what information we know early on about the crash of American Airlines Flight 5342 from Wichita to Washington Reagan National Airport. All right, there.
Okay. So we're hearing that they're not ready just yet. They've got, as you can imagine, they want to get it right too, right?
Well, right. That's the most important thing.
They don't want to step
here.
up there and rush into anything, and you got to respect that. So it looks like the cameras are turning around. Perhaps people are getting in place.
That was sort of the signal we had to start going there, but they're all checking to make sure the feeds are working, the microphones are working there.
And I can imagine, maybe they'll take some questions.
I would imagine whatever questions they can answer. I don't know. I mean, yeah, because we still have a whole investigation
Is so preliminary,
to get through.
so preliminary that.
All right.
Okay, I see them walking.
Let's listen in.
Here we are. The mayor.
I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm at Reagan. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this
sorry, I thought-
rescue operation. We have had the opportunity to be briefed by American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well. And officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us, should contact American Airlines for more information, and we will be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have more frequent briefings at daylight. So with that, I'm going to turn to Secretary Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I think for all of us, we want to extend our thoughts and those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here to extend our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations and environments, are out there searching and attempting to rescue. Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter. We are going to provide all the support that's necessary. Yeah.
Thank you. So with that, I want to ask Chief John Donnelly from DC Fire and EMS to provide an update.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded in the regional response to a report of an aircraft. This response includes first department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have boats from all throughout the region, police and fire boats. We have a mutual aid agreement in Washington, D.C., the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. In Chief Bonnet from MWA.
I'm Rick Bonnet, Fire Chief of MWA Fire and Rescue. Our units, as Chief Donnelly already alluded to, at 2048, we received an alert from the FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called for mutual aid resources. Again, as Chief Donnelly said, it's an active operation that's going to last many hours as we continue to work through recovery efforts and rescue operations. This will be ongoing for quite a while. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and our communities, and we appreciate all DC's support to our agency and our federal partners.
So with that, I wanted to turn to the senators who are from Kansas who wanted to say a few words. First, Senator Moran, and then Senator Marshall.
Mayor, thank you, and Mr. Secretary, thank you, and to our first responders, thank you very much for all that's taking place here. I'm Jerry Moran. I'm a United States Senator from Kansas, and I chair the Subcommittee and Commerce Committee on Aviation. So we have saying that our responders are safe and the folks who are on that flight are recovered. The circumstance I would describe is that I know that flight. I've flown it many times myself. I lobbied American Airlines to begin having a direct nonstop flight service to DCA. That flight has been in existence about a year. And it is certainly true that in Kansas and in Wichita in particular, we're going to know people who are on this flight, know their family members, know somebody. So this is a very personal circumstance as well as an official response. And again, we will do everything we can to make certain that we're supportive of the rescue efforts, and we'll do everything we can to make certain that our subcommittee and Congress is engaged in what needs to take place following the outcome of this evening and this month's kind of investigation. I've talked to NTSB, I've talked to the White House, I've talked to the Department of Defense, and I've talked to the CEO of American Airlines, and there is all of us pulling together for the best outcome possible. I'm honored to be here with my colleague, Senator Marshall, as we try to make certain that we care for those certainly back in Kansas that were on that flight. But it's a reminder that there are people here in Washington, D.C., and this region, in Virginia and Maryland, and many places else that fly to and from Kansas. And so we're rooting and supporting all those, regardless of where you're from. And Mayor, I appreciate the gathering here for us to try to provide information to those in Kansas and across your city. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Senator Moran and Mayor, Secretary. You know, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. And I know Senator Moran and I are here just to say we care. We wish that there was more we could do, but unfortunately there doesn't seem much at this time. I want the folks to back home to just know that we care, that we love them, and that this is a time when we'll have to join arms together and help each other out. We've been through things like this before, through tornadoes and floods and things, but it's really hard when you lose, you know, probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously. And I don't want to forget the pilots and the flight attendants, you know, are doing, you know, do their job, and the military personnel we lost. You know, all those lives are so valuable. And it is such a tragedy that we lost them. You know, I think often in times like this, I try to find a scripture that apropos, and this is from the book of Psalms. It says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Certainly we're crushed in spirit tonight. We mourn with the families who lost loved ones, and we truly are joining them in prayer and wrapping our arms around them in love and compassion. Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight. Thank you for your thoughts and your prayers.
I know, right?
So certainly I speak for the people of Washington, 700,000 of us who are extremely sorry for the families who are experiencing loss tonight. And so we want you to know that we will continue to work with American Airlines to share information as frequently as possible and make sure that we're getting accurate information out to the public. But my sorrow, all of the people and crew on the plane and our military personnel on the helicopter is very deep. I do, Carter, who is the CEO of our airport, responsible for Reagan National Airport and Dulles International Airport, to talk to you about how the airport responded and what we're looking, what's going to happen next.
Good evening. As was said, I'm Jack Potter, the President and CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Thank you all for being here tonight and under these very, very grim circumstances. First of all, I want to let you know that we're providing support to all the families who are involved. American Airlines has established a phone number for them to reach out. It's been published, but let me repeat it. It's 1-800-679-8215. So families of folks that were on the plane are asked to contact them. We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones. And so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport. And we've directed the families there. And there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. We did have aircraft that were in the air. They were diverted to Dulles Airport, some 19 aircraft. We had personnel, United and others had personnel. We want to thank WMATA for extending their hours on the Metro to make sure that those folks were accommodated. Right now, as was said earlier by the chief, we're in a rescue mode. We will continue in that rescue mode. I want to thank all of the mutual aid responders, all the counties, the district, folks from Maryland and Virginia. Everybody's on site doing the best they can, and numerous boats out in the water right now. NTSB is on site. I want to thank all of the folks behind me, the secretary, the mayor, the two senators for all of their support. And we're going to continue to work through the night. I do want to make an announcement. People are, concerned about what's going to happen in the morning. Reagan National Airport will be closed until 11 o'clock. That's when the first flights will take off. But we're going to continue to do our best and work through this situation over the course of the night. And we hope to have more news as it develops. But for right now, it's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there. So again, we'll continue to work this situation, and I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that update. And you've heard that in the National Capital Region, the district, of course, is Washington, D.C. is at the center, but we are a close region. We have heard from the governors of Maryland and Virginia, the mayor of the city of Baltimore, all who have sent us personnel to help in the rescue operations. Last thing I'll note is just to our local viewership, and just please let our first responders do their work. Try to let our vehicles get to scenes and through scenes. We don't want anybody else to get hurt because of moving vehicles, okay? So we will be able to take a few questions. There's not a lot that we can say. We won't be able to say anything about an investigation. As you know, once and I'm sure TSB will provide information about an investigation. So we'll take a few. Yes.
Can you confirm that both aircraft are in the water, and perhaps Chief Donnelly can explain what's involved in conducting an operation like this?
Yes, both aircraft are in the water. The focus now is rescuing people, and that's what all of our personnel are focused on. And Chief, I think he's given a pretty good description, but if there's anything else you want to add, Chief.
I would just say that the boats are out doing searches. We have dives on both aircraft, and they're searching the aircraft at this point.
Right. Yes.
Have any survivors been found, and how many bodies have been recovered?
All we can confirm tonight is the number of people on each aircraft, 64 people on the American Airlines plane and 3 people on the military helicopter. And we can't provide any more information about recovery efforts.
But people have talked about lost loved ones. So how do you know that there might be people who've lost loved ones?
I didn't say I didn't know people had lost loved ones. I said we can't talk about any of the recovery efforts in specific tonight. Yes.
Secretary Duffy.
So I'll call on who's next. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Will this affect operations at Dulles and BWI? Will the Potomac River traffic be closed to boats?
Yes. And so Jack has talked about, Jack, can you talk about Dulles? I'm not sure we can talk about BWI, but we can talk about Dulles.
Right. There is no impact at BWI or at Dulles. As I said earlier, our airport here, Ronald Reagan National Airport, will be closed until 11 o'clock. Obviously, that will be fluid. We'll learn more, but we wanted to advise passengers who might be coming to the airport in the morning that we will be closed until at least 11 o'clock.
A question for Secretary Duffy. A question for Secretary Duffy.
Yeah, 1 second. You're next.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much. So, just other than the current situations, like we know the water is extremely cold and it's very dark outside. Although Senator is saying that there are numerous boats in the water, but what's the still the biggest challenges for the rescue team? What best scenario we can expect in the coming few hours till morning?
So the challenges are access. The water that we're operating in is about 8 feet deep. There is wind, there is pieces of ice out there. So it's just dangerous and hard to work in. And because there's not a lot of lights, you're out there searching every square inch of space to see if you can find anybody. The divers are doing the same thing in the water. The water is dark, it is murky, and that is a very tough condition for them to dive in. The question about the river, we'll make that decision later. The Coast Guard's on the scene, and I would expect that it's not a high use time in the river, and we should not expect to have commercial recreational traffic on the river tomorrow.
Okay, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
Secretary Duffy, have you been in touch with the air traffic controllers who were in the tower at the time of the crash?
I have not.
You have not. And second question, this is your first several hours in this position. What are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now?
My focus is on those who are impacted on this flight. And again, I've been secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy that we're going to deal with this recovery, I think is touching everyone's hearts, whether it's here in the greater DC area or in Kansas. And again, I think everyone here is thinking and praying for those who potentially have lost a loved one. And thank you.
Okay, your question?
Can any of you give us any sense about how an accident like this could have happened so close to the airport, right in the heart of DC? There have been
I can't really hear the question.
Tower contacted the helicopter moments before the crash to ask if they had sight of the aircraft, and apparently the helicopter reported that it did have sight of an aircraft. Is it possible that it had the wrong aircraft in sight? Do you have any sense of what went wrong in those times?
I know that the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation
that wasn't
will be
Higgs
able to search on all of those questions. We wouldn't be able to talk about that tonight. Yes.
2 points for Secretary Duffy. The first thing, you were talking about in one situation when the president and Pete Hegseth both being there. Can you tell us more about the president's initial reactions to this, as well as Pete Hegseth, if this was a military helicopter?
So I was not in the Situation Room. I did have a conversation with the Situation Room where the president was located, as well as with Secretary Hegseth. We were exchanging information. I would just note that not just the local team, but the federal team has performed very well in this crisis. I know the president is incredibly concerned about what's happened here today. I'm sure we'll continue to hear more from him, and I'll continue to consult with him and Secretary Hegseth.
When it comes to the resources that you would be able to provide on the federal level, do you feel like you're getting what you need?
Absolutely. The president has committed to this team and to the NTSB through the DOT that we will provide all resources necessary as we go through this recovery, but also the support from FAA and DOT as the NTSB investigates.
Mr. Secretary, do we know the condition of
Okay, these aren't going to be good questions. We don't need to keep doing it. Okay.
Again, I don't think we can comment on that. Our focus is on getting the passengers and crew out of the water.
And just one more clarification, because earlier we got guidance that DC MSBA was going to be shut down at least until Friday at 5 a.m. I just heard
11 a.m.
11 a.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we can take a few more questions. A question here, a question here, and
I'm not
here.
getting anything out of
Yeah.
these questions. Can you just confirm, has anybody been transported to the
Again, I can't say anything about the rescue operation right now. Who was next? Yes.
Yeah, Chief Donnelly, can you speak a little bit more about the unified command who leads this phase of the rescue and recovery? At what point do you then change phases? And can you describe to us the scene as best you can when first responders first arrived?
So I happened to be listening to the radio this evening when the call came out. I listened to the responders come in, and the initial response, they were very professional trying to locate this. This is, if you can imagine, the river is a large black spot at night with no lights on it, except for a few buoy
I don't know.
lights. So they were out there.
I found this other video. I don't
the
even
boats
know.
Pretty quickly, were able to locate one of the aircraft and get there. So that's what's going on right now. Everybody's working on that. We will reevaluate where we are with the rescue operation in the morning when we get a better sense of it. But we are still out there working.
The helicopter
and
was
we're going to
blacked out.
continue that
What does that
throughout the
mean?
night.
Do you have a sense of the survivors?
We don't know yet, but we're working.
Any part of the search happening over land?
No, we're all in the water.
Yes, yes. Oh, you got a question. Somebody didn't get a question. Hold on. Yes.
I just wanted to ask, do you have an estimate yet on how long the recovery efforts will take?
I'm getting annoyed with this.
So experiences like this we expect to continue our operations in the fire department for multiple days. And then I would expect the investigation goes longer than that.
Okay, you didn't get a question, and you were next, I think.
Okay, thank you, Maria. My question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't listen to that anymore. I'm not getting anything out of it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Obviously, I don't know the validity of anything right now. But oh my gosh, I'm not trying to be rude, but if that doesn't go off, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Well, I didn't learn anything from that, right? I don't know. This might be crap. I don't know. I don't know. But we'll see what happens. Exactly. Yeah, I was really lose my shit because apparently over here, if I push mute, I push that so that you don't hear me and you can actually hear, because it was not very loud even. I wanted you to hear that, but apparently that means everything's muted. I don't know. I'm sorry about that. Pretty sure we didn't miss anything though. Good Lord. Okay. I didn't watch this ahead of time, just so you know. Just be aware, I did not watch this.
The United States of America may be about to enter a nuclear war. The command center plane, which is used for emergencies of all kinds, it is designed so that the important people who are calling the shots are not in an area where they're susceptible to an attack of some sort. The president, for example, can go up in this plane, people high up in the cabinet, people running the military. It is open for who's going to go up in it, but that plane has been circling the area in Washington, D.C. It is nicknamed the Doomsday plane, specifically designed to fly stealthily above the area and then take people up who need to control and command the army down below, and potentially, God forbid, fire nuclear weapons in the event that that is necessary to deter a threat or to get some type of revenge on someone who fired one at us. All of those things are on the table right now as a Black Hawk helicopter crashed into this passenger plane. We're still getting all of the details coming in. This is fresh. It is news that just happened. It is absolutely heartbreaking to think about. I just flew in to that airport, to Reagan International Airport. I was there only a matter of days ago. You can see my baby sleeping in the background. I couldn't imagine not coming home to my kids, and that's the situation. There are people right now who are on that plane, and there's some families right now who are wondering, is my loved one okay? It's just an awful position. It's an awful position to be in, and to watch that happen and see the response that we're seeing from Trump and from others, that's rapid, and they're going to figure out what happened here. But that plane was flying super low. That doesn't look like an accident. Why is a Black Hawk helicopter flying that low? A military helicopter, mind you. It looks like an intentional attack, possibly designed to target a specific person on that plane. That's what I'm going to be looking into. Was there a person on that plane who was the subject of the attack that they were trying to take out? It's happened before. And if it turns out to be true, and by the way, a lot of important people flying to Washington, D.C., especially right now. If it turns out to be true, we're going to be opening up a whole can of worms here. That could be why the Doomsday plane was there, because it was someone very high profile, someone important that could end up leading to war that ended up getting taken out. If it does lead to nuclear war, we're in a very terrifying position right now. So that's a quick emergency update for you. Stay tuned, turn on some notifications. I'll be keeping you updated as quickly as I can. I'm Matt Wallace, and I'll see you in the next video.
Okay, I don't even know that person. Right, I am really wondering also. X has some crazy shit. I don't know about blacked out. I don't know what that means. What's really crazy to me, though, is it's not even trending. Okay, now it is. Now it is trending. Okay. Still, so is Michelle Obama. Okay, I haven't. When did he tweet that? Oh, I keep refreshing. Yeah, I don't see a tweet from him. Okay, shit. Okay, now I'm hearing. Do not say there were no VIPs on that Black Hawk, because every soul on that Black Hawk helicopter and every soul on that plane were all VIPs tonight. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that's what that says. Yeah, because I was seeing some other shit earlier. Made me feel very weird. I'm not comfortable saying it, repeating it. Well, is this for real? It certainly appears to be deliberate to me. Okay, so now I'm hearing more, I'm seeing more and more about that plane was, or that helicopter. Okay. The thing is, I don't know who these people are on here that I'm looking at their tweets, you know? They might be crazies. Are you seeing some weird shit on there? Oh my gosh. Ooh. Oh my god. Shit. Look at they're right there. Oh my gosh. Oh. A newly surfaced image shows the wreckage. That looks, oh my god. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Right then, you've already got yourself all ready to hop up out of your seat. Yep. Oh god. Oh, this is horrible. All right, let me see what else I can find. Why is Michelle Obama trending? I don't understand. Did something happen with her? Okay. Right. Yeah, well, they said 7 foot deep. Let me see. Oh, hold on. Let me see. I don't know. You're welcome. Yes, oh my gosh. Let's see. So, what? Is that for real? I know. I was going to say, did something happen I don't know about? What do you mean first near crash? Second near crash. What the hell? I know, top hats must be gone. I don't understand what. No, it's not very deep. Not right in that area. What the fuck? I know. I mean, are you guys? I don't understand. What the hell? I'm not getting it. Yeah, top hats, we don't understand this. Did the plane really make an erratic move? I don't know. Obviously, I don't know. Me too, but I don't understand. That does look a little bit crazy. Oh gosh. Yes. Yep. Okay, so a lot of stuff I was seeing earlier on X was pertaining to who was actually on the helicopter, not the plane. So I've been thinking this whole time that it's somebody on the plane, or it was who's on the plane that is significant. This does seem like this helicopter was doing some crazy shit, though. I mean, I'm not top hats, but right. And that's exactly right. If it is, I don't know. Right? I mean, this looks like some legitimate shit to me, but that doesn't mean it is. Oh, Lord, this shit makes me have anxiety. What the hell was it doing? I know. I don't know who Top Hats thinks he is, going to bed or something. He's probably not in bed. He's probably all engulfed in some stuff. Again, obviously, I don't know the validity of that. The thing says, apparent flight path of Black Hawk helicopter that appears to have been attempting to hit an aircraft. It actually, I mean, it does. Right? Right, Top Hats? Serious stuff going on. Okay. What's that? I know. I don't know what this. Wait. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I don't know. And obviously, validity. Yes.
Yeah, device. Yeah, we have Carlos. Operations everything. Seeing to the Children's National Hospital. And children, seeing to the teaching Veterans Affairs, Madam Sir. Come in, this operation. Dispatch to Anytime. Squad 2, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give you areas for qualifying fire boat 6. You got what we got fire boat 6 qualifying. Command to follow.
Yeah, that's you know.
There you go. Yeah, device.
I hate this stuff. I mean, anytime I hear sirens, I think somebody's life just changed. I mean, huge, and I just hate it. Okay, now Michelle Obama is top for trending. What? I need to know what the fuck is going on. What is? Okay, well, I click on it and there's nothing about. Wait. How come that's number one trending right now? But I don't even see anything. What does this mean? It doesn't mean anything. Okay, well, I'm just glad because that was making me like if I had to just push it in case something happened to her, and I don't like the woman. I don't want anything to happen to her. Okay, well, it just seems to be some kind of I don't fucking know what. See, that's weird. That's the number one trending thing that I see. What the actual F? And I don't see anything. I'm glad. Because that was actually really starting to make me nervous. Tobbets, how did who woke you up? I didn't wake you up. We were watching a video that was really hard to understand. I didn't. I hope I didn't wake you up. I don't know how I could have. Okay, that's just the thing. Yeah. Oh, I didn't text you or anything. I didn't. We were wishing you were here, but I would never do that. Can you tell us why in the hell Michelle Obama is trending? That's weird. I'm glad that she's okay. Okay, I gotta find this video again. This is weird. Top hats. You probably have seen this though. So this is apparently wait. This is the helicopter. Watch what this helicopter does. Jerry, where did you see that about the Black Hawk? Because I'm seeing a lot of stuff about there being a VIP on that helicopter. So it's that damn helicopter. Oh, what is this, Jerry? Do you see this, Top Hats? Right, right. Okay, I thought maybe that would sound dumb for me to say that, but yes, I was thinking the same thing. Like, that's not a plane. Yeah. Thanks. I'm glad someone else said it because I was like, I feel like an idiot. So but doesn't it not look like the let me see. I don't know. I got this on X. Oh my gosh, Jerry, wow. Oh, for real. Oh my God. That's kind of a choice of words there, freaking. Yikes. Yes, they did say it was a training mission. They did. They did. But was it? I don't know. Oh, shit balls. He does. He does. You're right. That's okay. That's okay. I was kidding with you. Okay, yeah. Is that what was... You think that's fake? Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. Okay. Everything, all kinds of shit is saying there was a VIP on the helicopter. Oh, that sounds so good. Yes, thank you very much, Top Hats, because it looked crazy as shit to me, but I didn't understand. Right, that's exactly right. And I'm really trying not to do stupid shit. I'm not trying to be irresponsible. I was all excited that I had got some fudgesicles. But now, ice cream sandwich sounds so good. Okay, good, because I'm really not trying to be, there's so many rumor things that happen. Honestly. What does that mean, Top Hats? I'm sorry if I woke you up at all. I really am. Oh, that sounds so good. Happy. Oh, gosh. Yeah, Top Hats, is that the doomsday thing they're talking about? Well, Top Hats, I don't know if you heard the president said something that actually made it sound like he finds it sus also. Which that's kind of a strange thing for him to say. Oh goodness, now I'm gonna have hiccups for real. Right. See, okay, you know what? Now I'm looking at Dolly's. These people are irritating me really bad right now. I'm sorry, Top Hats. No, you can go to bed. I was wanting you to be here, but I really did not try to wake you up. No, it's starting to really get on my nerves. I'm not kidding. Like, I'm just irritated with it. Dolly's really bad lately. I can't watch him at all. He says plane crash, 67 in water, 18 dead. Where the fuck did he get that at? Those are I haven't heard those numbers at all. Yeah, exactly. I can't. Right, where the fuck did he get that at? Yeah, exactly right. Right. I mean, he has like specific numbers. I'm just annoyed by that. I don't find anything about him funny right now. Yeah. Right. Right. But where did the number 18 dead come from? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we've known those numbers since pretty much the beginning. But I've not heard 18 dead. I mean, that just doesn't make any damn sense. I'm sorry. Every single night is breaking news with him about Sebastian, and that's a fucking lie. 1000% a fucking lie. Everybody with their Sebastian stuff should be fucking ashamed of themselves. Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm seeing a picture of somebody though. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I mean that's in his title. No, that's exactly right. That's exactly right, Top Hats. I know if I jumped on that Sebastian bandwagon, I could get that. I'm not. There's never been breaking news. Never. It's just gross to me. It's just gross. I mean, I don't know how you can even force yourself to talk about it like that. I don't. I really do not know how you can make yourself do it. See, I was gonna say I'm gonna come closer to thinking there's a lot more than 18. That's just by okay. I saw in some of this picture, so maybe I think maybe it's a No, you're right, Jerry. It doesn't. It doesn't mean you're doing the right thing. And I'll be doing the wrong thing my whole life, apparently. Whatever. I'm not going to do that. I can't even imagine doing that. Okay, this might tell us something. I have a feeling.
Early because a news conference has just begun after an Army Black Hawk helicopter crashed and collided with an American regional jet just before 7 o'clock our time.
And we want to get to that press conference right now. We know at least 300 responders are at the scene. This is an all hands on deck effort in on this news conference out of Washington, D.C. tonight. Of course, we know that an American Airlines flight with 64 people on board has collided with 3 people on a military helicopter. This was an Army helicopter tonight in Washington, D.C. And both of those aircraft now in the Potomac River. As you can see, this rescue operation is now underway.
Yeah, this flight originated from Kansas and was scheduled to land just around 9 o'clock local time there at Reagan National. And we had on the scene of that news conference now both of the U.S. senators from the state of Kansas, one of them, Senator Jerry Moran, saying, quote, "I know that flight. I've flown that flight many times myself. It's been in existence for about a year." And he concluded his remarks saying that we're going to know people on this flight. And then the other Senator Roger Marshall sending his condolences, saying we mourn with the families, also saying a Bible verse.
And we also want to mention this. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, who was just sworn in today, just hours ago as the Secretary of Transportation by Vice President J.D. Vance, hours later at this news conference, obviously talking about the tragedy of what's going on here as the search for survivors continues. So again, 300 responders now at the scene. This is an all hands on deck effort. We're told that this is state and federal response, multi-state, multi-agency response here continues.
And when one of the reporters asked on the scene if they could provide any recovering bodies or survivors, no one was able to say anything about that. So that is first and foremost on people's minds tonight. And those with loved ones who were on the flight are praying for their safety, praying for a miracle. A man waiting at the terminal for his wife who was on that plane says the last text he got from her was that they would be landing in 20 minutes.
I'm just praying that somebody's pulling her out of the river right now as we speak. That's all I can pray for. I'm just praying to God.
And we should mention this, planes were rerouted to Dulles Airport tonight following this collision. Also, we learned in this press conference that Reagan Airport will be closed. It is expected to reopen around 11 a.m. tomorrow. So some information there in terms of travel, potential travel impacts. We also heard in that news conference that the Potomac River will be closed as this investigation continues.
Well, tonight we're getting video of the collision, and just a heads up, the images may be disturbing to some people. So look in the kind of the middle of the screen there, the video, you see the lights from an American Airlines jet, and then you see a smaller light coming in from the left. That's the Black Hawk helicopter. And again, you can see that explosion there on the bottom. That's the large fireball. And there it is again. We kind of have it on a loop there. And then you see what appears to be parts of the aircrafts both falling from the sky. The airliner had 60 passengers and 4 crew members on board. There were 3 people on the Black Hawk helicopter, said to be on a training exercise. So far, no official word on the casualties. And we know tonight witnesses are starting to react to
really
what they
make a lot of
witnessed.
sense.
Right now, I'm just in awe. It's kind of crazy that we experienced what happened right there. It's unfortunate what happened, and I'm praying for everybody who was involved in it. And I'm sorry for everything that happened.
KCRA 3's Washington Bureau correspondent Jackie DeFusco is near the Potomac River where this collision happened. So Jackie, I know you're there on the ground. What are you seeing from your point of view, and what have you learned tonight?
Yeah, Andrea Galston, as you just heard in that press conference, crews are in rescue mode right now after that aircraft collision near Reagan National Airport overnight. And we heard that there are 300 personnel on the scene assisting in this very active situation. Both aircrafts, authorities say, are in the water right now. Divers are on scene. Right now, I am at a rescue and recovery staging area. You may be able to see it behind me in the distance. We can obviously only get so close because the police line here, but there is a tent set up on a dock behind me. We actually just moments ago saw a helicopter land. That's the second one that we have seen just since I have been here this evening. And just a little bit earlier, we saw a boat pull up to that dock where dozens of first responders were waiting to receive whatever was on board. Again, there's still a lot we don't know about this situation, but we did learn a little bit more in that press conference and what we have learned throughout the night as well. So just to recap here, again, both of these aircrafts are in the Potomac River right now after this crash happened. The Federal Aviation Administration says that was around 9 p.m. this evening when that collision occurred near Reagan National Airport, which is just outside of Washington, D.C. And we are learning more about potentially the deaths that have occurred. There are no confirmed casualties, as you heard from authorities in that press conference, but our National Investigative Unit has learned from sources that at least 2 bodies have been recovered at this point. Again, this is a developing situation, and we're still waiting for public confirmation on that. We're also learning more about these aircrafts. American Airlines has now confirmed that one of their flights coming from Wichita, Kansas, was involved, that 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board, and that they collided with that military helicopter. The Army saying that that came from Fort Belvoir, Virginia, and that it was a 3-soldier crew that was conducting a training flight on board. Obviously, that we're in the very early stages of an investigation at this point. We don't know at this point what the cause of this crash was, but we did also just learn from that press conference that Reagan National Airport is going to be closed to all flight traffic, essentially, until 11 a.m. at least in the morning. And so obviously major disruptions in the Washington, D.C. area. But right now, everybody's focus is still in the water and on this rescue operation, hoping, of course, to be able to save some of these people who were on board both of those flights. We also are hearing from President Donald Trump, who said that he's been fully briefed on this terrible accident. May God bless their souls, he said. And of course, the administration, in some cases, just days on the job at this point. In the case of the new transportation secretary, is going to be providing more information as it becomes available. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys.
Jackie DeFusco live in Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for the update. And we want to show you this. This is video as emergency crews responded to the scene. There was a massive response shortly after the crash with search crews in the air and in the water. There are also reports of civilian watercraft assisting in this search effort. The water in the Potomac is very cold right now, of course, adding to this urgent search and rescue operation.
Yeah, it's like 37 degrees. And the unfortunate part of this story is that survivability maybe goes out to around an hour. So we're way past that. And of course, this rescue operation could turn into more of just a full scale recovery operation very soon. California Congressman Eric Swalwell says that he had landed at Reagan Airport just minutes before the crash.
He spoke tonight about what he saw.
I didn't see or hear it at first. And so, my thoughts are with those on board and their families and hoping that the police and fire are successful. But, many of us who, commute to the DC area, we know that flight path. It's so rote and you take it for granted and you don't really look around as you're on approach. But yes, there are so many aircraft in the area every single day.
Stay with KCRA 3 for the latest on this developing story. We'll have updates here on air and on our KCRA 3 app.
I was thinking that we would get some information about pilots or something on that, but so I apologize for that. Wait. What happened? What did Happy say? I missed it. Oh my God, you need to get some sleep. I'm sorry, Top Hats. I'm really sorry for waking you up. I just kind of wish we would get something on, I don't know, just something. Really makes my stomach hurt. Well, Jackie and Shadow do have 3 eggs. I will tell you that. Hey, try me. You saw them in the snow. I know, right?
Right off of South Capitol here. That bus that we mentioned, that white bus, that mass casualty ambulance bus, as well as crews. It's very quiet, and it's been that way the last 3-4 hours. We did see a couple boats come through as well, but I assume this will be an area that will have a little bit more activity throughout the morning as these crews find these victims and
I
these
know.
survivors. So Again, just everyone out here is in
I don't blame you,
place,
Queen. I
ready
wouldn't either.
to assist both the victims and those crews that have been out there in the water, in the frigid waters for several hours now.
Yeah, we know this is probably the toughest job of the night, looking at what you see right here. And those decontamination tents that have been erected as well. We were telling you moments ago, this is where they are bringing the bodies of those who have been recovered in the Potomac River tonight. And again, the tough job of knowing that on the other side of this river, family members are waiting for those answers. And it's going to be the tough job of identifying those folks and giving their relatives the grim news.
Bodies covered in jet fuel.
Yeah.
And this is the reality of what happened in the skies and what's now happening in the waters. It's now happening in the waters.
And we know that our Alexis Wainwright, she also spoke with folks who witnessed this earlier today as well. Let's see what they have to say.
Hey, so we are inside Terminal 1 at the airport at the moment. If you take a look behind me, you can see there's no one here. It's very quiet. This is a rare scene that you would see at Reagan National Airport, and that's what we've been seeing for the past several hours here. A lot of people still in shock about what happened here, and if you take a moment to look at the monitor here, this is the emergency alerts we've been seeing throughout the airport. These first came on after that crash happened, letting people know due to the emergency situation, all flights are being held on the airfield, letting people know that additional information will be released. So that's kind of what we've been seeing throughout the airport at the moment. And we actually spoke with some people who were here at the airport on their planes, ready for takeoff essentially, and then were told that they were going to have to wait. And then shortly after they heard about that crash, we want you to listen to that sound. You boarded your plane.
Yes.
Take me through what happened.
So we have to fly to Dallas on Southwest, which has to board by, we have to start by 8:40. So we boarded on time. We thought we were going to fly on time, but I think they basically have the plane on the runway, but it was halted for almost like 20-30 minutes. We don't know what's going on, but they told like we're going to take off within like 15-20 minutes, but it never happened. I started seeing a lot of like vehicles going back and forth in airport. I don't know what's going on, but we are just waiting. Then
You want to just go out?
we were told like some incident happened, and they told they're gonna deplane us. We were deplaned, and we were just sitting there at the gate 5.
And for you to hear that there was a plane crash, what goes through your mind after you hear that?
That's very sad. Who will ever expect that?
Yeah.
Then once we deplaned, even like then, actually in the plane, someone opened the mobile and saw the news on Twitter.
Right. Yeah.
So I know the news when we are deplaning, so we know like what happened. We know that some crash happened, but we don't know much details. But later they announced in the airport that.
And did you hear anything, see anything out of ordinary?
We were in plane most of the time. We came out after like almost maybe around 9:50, sometime like that. Then we were just waiting at the gate. After some time, they told like flight is cancelled and we have to leave the airport.
So again, you could hear the sadness in his voice. That's been the reaction from several people who were out on their planes ready for takeoff and then heard the sad news. We even spoke with another man who was headed to Chicago and said he heard the sirens, and that's when he knew something bad was going on. So a lot of them still in shock. Now, we talked about the airport being closed. We want to show you actually right outside here of Terminal 1 what we're seeing. We've seen a large police presence out here. And we know that a lot of the sections of the airport have been blocked off by police officers. So if you take a look out here, we're going to go out this door. You will notice a security presence out here. You'll see flashing lights. That's what we've been seeing since we arrived here to the airport.
So
several sections where they're being monitored at the moment. We've been seeing crews rush around throughout the different terminals as they respond and continue their investigation.
The
Now,
helicopter
earlier
was
in that
not
press conference,
broadcasting
we
its
did hear from
GPS
officials who
location.
confirmed that the airport is
Why?
expected to reopen at 11 a.m. That's when they expect for the first flights to take off. So they're trying to remind everyone who does have those early morning flights that those flights will not be taking off at that time. They want you to monitor.
I hear you though, freaking. I have a hell of a time. I'm up and down all night long. Oh, really? What does that mean, Top Hats? What do you think that means? Yeah, this is going to be weird because it doesn't appear that it's going to, have anything to do with the plane itself or, you really see it. I don't know. It's going to be about the, that helicopter, I feel. I don't know. Mine does too. My head goes all over the damn place. Oh, this is just so sad. I hate it. I hate it.
They're down to 0 or around National. They're still a little gusty north and west, so that's good news. We did show you winds earlier around 9:15 at the time of the crash. There could have been a gust to 30 miles per hour. I doubt that caused it, but they'll probably look at that and factor that in as well. But right now, winds are just not much of a factor. In terms of temperatures, kind of a wide range. It's still around 44 at the airport. It is in the 30s out in the burbs, but where they are right now, it's still low to mid 40s, which is a horrible temperature. It's not great. So let's talk about the approach of the plane. So it came in
there'll
from
be a
the
lot of
west,
lawsuits
from Wichita, Kansas. And again, we're looking at it flies past the airport and then turns around and makes this kind of an approach across the river. And it was going to land on runway 33. It's going to land into the wind. You always want to land the plane into the wind. And runway 33 points northwest. And that is the runway they were very close to making. So water temperature still is 42. That's not going to change at all. If we look at where they may have had the collision, that's about a mile wide in the Potomac. So they were certainly within a mile, probably closer, probably more like 3,000 feet in their final descent going in to runway 33. So again, winds, not a huge problem right now. Water temperature going to stay cold,
the weather
42,
was not,
and the air temperature will just keep
should not
dropping.
have affected anything.
All in all, it's not
Jerry,
great, but it could have been much worse if it were last week when it was snowing. We had more ice on the river and temps were in the single digits and teens.
Yeah, there'll be
But this water, it's not going to get any easier for them.
No, and it's dark also. That's a big thing. It's amazing they've recovered 18 bodies. It's pitch black, and that's a lot of area to search. I mean, it's not that far when you're landing an airplane. A mile goes by pretty fast, but when you're trying to search 3 debris fields, that's a big deal and a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, and we're hoping perhaps they may have recovered more since our last update, because it has been a while. We know they've recovered pieces of the plane.
And hopefully the day with daylight, that will also help with their ability to see and to carry out this very grim and tedious task they have. All right, Top, thank you. Our Eric Flack is here with us, helping us to contextualize what happened as well.
Like, we haven't heard anything
Flack, what are you looking
about
at now?
You know, so many questions still unanswered. A
pilots
lot
or any of
of
that
the hopeful answers are going to center around what the communication was like between that passenger flight, that military chopper, and air traffic control, which is supposed to be the one making sure that tragic collisions like this don't happen. We are just now getting some new audio into the newsroom of what was being said and what was going on inside that air traffic control tower as this collision happened. Let's listen.
American 472, Washington, 1 star, 320, 17.
Oh my God, the stunned words of someone in the background of air traffic control audio recorded as American Airlines Flight 5342 collides with a military helicopter, sending both aircraft and almost 70 people into the Potomac River.
I just saw a fireball and then it was just gone. So I haven't seen anything since they hit the river, but it was a CRJ and a helicopter that hit. I would say maybe a half-mile off the approach end of 3-3.
Is the airfield closed?
Yes, the airfield is closed. The airfield is closed.
Runways as well?
Yes, all runways are closed. Nobody's landing. No one's moving at all.
And you can just hear the disbelief in the voices of those air traffic controllers.
Right in that area, it's not that
trying
much.
to keep some semblance of calm so they can do their jobs, make sure that the air field was closed for no further incoming traffic, so that rescue crews could get out there immediately to start that tough job of the rescue we just talked about.
Right.
But guys,
no, I know.
Incredible sounds from inside of that air traffic control tower at the moment these two aircraft collide.
I changed
we talk about
you
this
should be
plane
good
going
now.
down and the helicopter in the water, but think about the areas nearby.
We took
the
a
bridge is the
cruise
14th Street
on
Bridge,
the,
not far away. These communities,
Potomac,
this could have been much. This is awful, but this could have been much worse.
Yeah, and you could hear them talking in there about, you know, where was it, how far off was it, and we had talked earlier about just how close that passenger plane was to the runway before this collision happened.
It wasn't like a cruise.
And how close they
it
were
was just a dinner
to,
cruise,
in
but it was
fact,
a big boat.
landing safely,
really
and you could
big.
just hear those air traffic controllers. This was not something that they saw coming in any way, shape, or form. Of course, that's no commentary on where the blame, and eventually we will know where steps were missed. But you could just hear in the voices, this was a complete shock to them as they sat there doing their jobs on this evening.
Just another reminder of Reagan National and its proximation to everything in our area. It is both convenient and vulnerable at the same time.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Topper. He was talking, putting it in context, really good context, and I think he said it to you all earlier. It is so busy. It is so small. Everybody who has been out there knows how small that airport is and how few runways they have. And when you talk about how small it is surface-wise and the amount of runways in relation to the amount of flights that are coming and going, if you go to that video, you can actually see another flight kind of in the background there as the top of the screen, as the collision is kind of happening at the bottom of the screen. Just another reminder of just how busy that airport is.
Boy, and
we
the
did that a
pilots
long time ago,
clearly going above had to see something very tragic was happening down below. It just, the whole thing is so tragic all the way around. All right, Eric, thank you for that insight and that sound.
Yeah. And so we know the investigation again into how this happened, what went wrong. They're going to be looking at that video that Flack just showed us moments ago to try and piece this all together, listening to the audio. You saw Alexis Wainwright at the airport. Moments ago, talking with folks who saw the blast. They want to talk with those folks too to try and piece this together. So there is a lot of work to be done outside of also the tedious and heartbreaking task of rescuing and recovering the folks in the Potomac River and talking with their family members.
We have some strong pictures to show you of what this recovery looks like. And these are some pictures from Andrew Harnick with Getty Images. It gives you a sense of what these rescuers are working with and working through.
Oh my God,
you could see parts of the Black Hawk jet, parts of this mangled American Eagle flight. And it's amazingly intact in a lot of ways for what we saw occur in the sky. But this gives you a different vantage point of what it's hard to see through our video, these these pictures capture.
I love that area, the Potomac. I
tedious
love
task,
that bridge right there. I
the
love all of
grueling
that
task,
stretch.
the grim task, the heartbreaking task, and the
Look at
sacred
how
task
sad.
that they
Oh God.
all have to confront. And we know how, as hard as it is for family members waiting on the news, it is also quite hard for these rescuers and investigators who are doing their level best to get answers for families tonight.
Because we say they train for this all the time, but it hits differently when you're talking about the reality and knowing the impact this is going to have.
Look at the landing
And look at the area
gear.
around
What
these
the hell?
pictures. We see this debris in the spotlight. But look at how dark it is just around this area. And this is what these crews have been dealing with for most of the night. You're talking about the Potomac River here, trying to cover every inch and find not only folks who were on that plane, but also more of this debris so they can try and piece this together. So this is only complicating their efforts.
Quite honestly, bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Bodies in places that they can't see. We know that the bodies that they are going to pull from the water and that they have had to pull from the water have had to be decontaminated because of the jet fuel. And so it just reminds us of how painstaking this process is. It's not a pristine, easy scene to try to get answers and to try to do the recovery and the rescue. This is really, really tough stuff.
Yeah. And you might be wondering, you have something to say, Top?
Well, I mean, you made a phenomenal point. This is absolute horrible tragedy. But if you take the scenario and say he just clipped the plane and the plane then goes on, hits the runway, could then hit other planes on the runway, could then hit the terminal. Right. So that's a good point. So I think.
Yeah, this is
You
not
said the
what you
terminal.
want at all.
I feel like there's only one
But
terminal
you
there.
go back, we talk about these debris fields and the initial calls, everyone wondering, you hear a plane going down in such a dense area.
It's super small.
Where is it going? What
and
happened?
Really nice.
Who's injured? They had to answer those calls pretty quickly. And also when they realized it went down in the water, okay, now it's dark, it's icy, it's cold, it's windy. How do we find the wreckage and how do we find these people? Nearly 70 people.
Nearly 70 people. And it's only getting colder and it's darker. And the conditions have gotten
so many airplanes
even
or
more
airports
challenging.
to
Now,
fly into
obviously,
in that
with the light
area.
of day, it will make some of
But
what
that
they
is always
do a
my
little bit
favorite
easier because they will be able to
one.
see more. But it's
Dulles is
as
huge and
as
it's
the,
really
the
gross.
leaders addressing the media about what happened said, this is going to not just take hours. This will be days.
Yeah.
This will be days, and it will be a while
No, it
before we
definitely
actually
shouldn't.
have the answer to what caused the heartbreak over the Potomac tonight.
And we listen to those the radio transmissions, and we usually hear about these disasters, and there's some sort of warning
I will
ahead of
say
time.
Dulles
You can
has
hear
a
the
smoking
panic and the
lounge.
voices of the folks who are on these
Not
planes
very
and
many places
helicopters
do.
They didn't have an opportunity for
at
that.
all.
No.
This was so sudden.
And maybe that it is not a comfort, let's be clear, but at least from what we know,
And not
the
one of
passengers, by and large,
the actual legit
on
one.
board that commercial flight were not aware of the terror that awaited them. They did not have time to prepare. They were a mile from landing on runway 33.
And this is going to be a tough period. We are nearly
Thank you for
6
being
hours
here.
into this now, and we've been watching the heartbreaking images, and it doesn't make you feel any better knowing that that pain will only worsen as we learn who
And they
these
say it was
people
a
were.
training mission.
Who was on
So
these
the
flights?
thing is, we
Some
hear
of our
it was a
neighbors,
training
perhaps.
mission,
People
but
in
we
the
also are
community.
hearing
Yeah,
that
we don't
that
know what sort of ties we may have to
helicopter
the folks who were on that
transports
plane, but
VIPs.
presumably
So which
some of our
is it?
neighbors.
That's right. We know that the flight crew was based in this area for sure. And there were a good number of people, some who had loved ones waiting for them at Reagan National Airport to welcome them, who instead had to be comforted because of this awful, awful news. So we are thinking of the families at this hour. We are thinking of the rescuers and the first responders at this hour. Many people who have any involvement in the disaster relief response, those Red Cross workers who have come there to help in some way, the clergy that are there counseling family members, the people at American Airlines who now have to go through a manifest.
Hold on, I might have found
and try to
something
identify
watch.
many of these family members, the investigators that have to go and try to piece all of this together. This is a story about shared humanity. We're all in this together. We may not be in the waters actually helping to find the answers and doing the rescue, but we're all invested in the answers that will come from tonight and this tragedy.
And this is how we do it here. Thinking of all the folks who just step in. You hear about something wrong.
People
and
go.
They jump in. Even we're talking earlier just about WMATA. We heard from the Washington Metropolitan Airport Authority's president there saying he's grateful that they extended the train times.
Yeah.
So they could get folks out of Dulles into wherever they were going.
And grateful for those warming buses that transported people from.
Hold on. I don't know what the hell. This might be worth watching though. Because this is what I was been asking all night. So I want to see this. Let's see.
May I meet up with you, please? I want to take one. You can take two, please. Sure, I'm working on, sir. EMS branch from Airport Firefight 378. Go ahead. Per our conversation earlier, I just spoke with Command Center out here on the water. They advised, as far as they know, they have one body that was taken to DC. That is all they know so far. They'll confirm and get back with you. Okay. Got it. Thank you. May I meet up with you, please? I want to take one. You can take two, please. Sure, I'm at Bravo 49, sir. Copy. EMS branch from Airport Firefight 378. Go ahead. Per our conversation earlier, I just spoke with Command Center out here on the water. They advised, as far as they know, they have one body that was taken to DC. That is all they know so far. They'll confirm and get back with you. Okay.
What? I don't know if I see. What does that mean? The way they say that, right? One body, they say that. No, they said body. What do you mean taken to DC? That's where they're at. That's where this happened. Right. But does it mean anything? You know, I know, you never know, right? Because, we watched Billy Ray Cyrus be a damn weirdo. I didn't know that. I just thought he was weird. I didn't know it was a thing. It's time. Maybe this is not a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it. I just don't understand. But he said body, right? Okay, let's listen again. I don't know. Fuck.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. May I meet up with you, please? I want to take one. You can take two, please. Sure, I'm at Bravo 49, sir. Copy. EMS branch from Airport Firefight 378. Go ahead. Per
Oh. Right. Yeah. Oh, they're saying, well, the thing is, though, I mean, I'm not trying to call it, but I don't think anybody survived that. I wish they did. Do you guys remember? Oh my God. Remember whenever that plane landed on the Hudson? Remember that? Blew my mind that everybody was okay. It still blows my mind. When that happened with that plane, it was the same plane that Mr. Snotty flies all the time. And Mr. Snotty had just gone, he was on a plane to the East Coast at that time. And Fig's ex-mother-in-law was is a flight attendant still for that airline. And she was often on the same flights that Mr. Snotty was on. And I was having a fucking fit. Yes, Sully. Yep. Wasn't that awesome? Fig's ex-father-in-law was a pilot. He was a fighter pilot in the Air Force before he was commercial. Wait, who? Cecilia Cochran? No, I don't. Yes, it was. It was Top Hat. That, to this day, that like really totally blows your mind, right? No, God is involved. I'm sorry, but that's the only way I see it. Because, wow. Okay, so I don't know what that means. Of course, I don't. I don't really know what anything means. Okay, I don't know. This guy is saying all this stuff. I don't know, Top Hats, if you were here whenever we watched that guy earlier. I don't even know if he told us anything, really. I don't remember that. Okay, maybe I need to... This guy just is all over the place with this shit. That's crazy. That is really awesome. And crazy and... Okay, this guy's saying all this stuff about... Okay. I guess I understand. Okay, this guy is saying to look at the timing of these. Okay, wait. This is a little bit weird, but I don't know. See, I'm just probably going to go down rabbit hole since. Yeah, that does look weird. Saying 7 hours ahead of time. It hasn't even been 7 hours now. This person just has me looking at all kinds of crazy shit. And I don't want to. See, look, still trending. Michelle Obama, what the fuck? Stop it. That's dumb. I don't know what this means. Oh, that's the one you're Jerry told.
That's when I realized thing might be up. I'm just praying that somebody's pulling her out of the river right now as we speak. That's all I can pray for. I'm just praying to God.
When was the last time you spoke with her?
She texted me that they were landing in 20 minutes.
Can you show us a text message that you got from her?
No. Why did they ask him that?
Landing in 20 minutes. The rest of my text did not get delivered. That's when I realized something might be up.
Oh, shit.
I'm just praying that somebody's pulling.
Oh, that's sad. Oh, I don't like that. Okay, now this is somebody else saying that happened. That they reported. What? Right? I know. Can you believe that they asked him if they could see that? No. My God. Okay, now this is somebody else saying it again. Now too. Okay. What does that mean? I know that was so messed up. Okay, this is the second post I'm seeing about reporting it hours before it happened. Right, that's the whole thing. You know, clearly she's not alive. No, you can't see her text message, you stupid idiots. Okay, that's the second one now with this, though. Is that weird? Of course it's weird. It's even in a different way right this way. I don't know. The airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It is clear. It is a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? This is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented. Not good. Okay, that's from our president. Oh gosh, I just feel sick. They really could not have done. They didn't report that earlier. Stop it. They can't. I know I can't. Right. Okay. I'm not, who's making jokes about it? I'm not looking at that. Right. That's what I'm saying. That's so weird. Why? No, I don't either, but I mean, something has to happen. Okay. Yes. Prayers for this man. That's what we were talking about. Somebody was at that airport waiting for their loved one, and just makes my stomach feel so bad. What are they saying? Why did they try to blame this on
time when there's going to be a lot of public communication and a lot of investment? Mary, I have one more question for you. Look, it's January 29th. We are just 9 days out from a presidential transition, an administrative transition. The FAA administrator resigned at the end of the Biden administration, so there is no permanent confirmed FAA administrator right now. This is going to be a time when there's going to be a lot of public communication and a lot of investigation of what happened here. What do you anticipate this transition period is going to mean for what happens today and tomorrow and in the coming days as we find out what happened here? Mary, I have one more question for you. Look, it's January 29th. We are just 9 days out from a presidential transition, an administrative transition. The FAA administrator
Okay, well, that doesn't have anything to do with. I mean, things are going to still be what they are. But it didn't sound to me like they were blaming him for it. Okay, I don't know, guys. I really, really, really bad want to cover the hearing tomorrow for Kash Patel. But Jack is still really sick, and I've been getting stuff all night. No way he's going to school tomorrow. So I don't know. And, you know, I don't know if anybody else did, but I watched the RFK stuff today, and it's just political theater. You know, these people, it's so irritating to listen to Pocahontas carry on about people making money. She actually made more money from Big Pharma than anybody in Congress. So she needs, I wish they could just slap right back at him with that shit. So irritating. So I don't even know. Right. Exactly. Exactly. Top hats. That's right. Yeah, that's it also. You know how many times they probably, especially with military stuff, they come close to things a lot of times. And so maybe they feel comfortable. I don't know. I'm just pulling shit out of my ass. But remember there was this whole thing that happened. Do you guys remember when there was a crash? Right. Remember there was a crash in New York City several years ago. It was one of those tour helicopter things. And I can't remember what happened, but they were saying at the time that helicopters they're not tracked like the same way. I don't know how to make sense of what I'm saying. I don't know if anybody remembers that. There was a lot of controversy at the time about it. I think maybe it was 2 helicopters crashed. Yes, it was. Oh my God. Okay, it's trying to come back to me. Yeah, it was a news helicopter and a tours, I think. Yes, thank you, Boots. I know. So sad, right? Yes, right. When did that happen? No, who's on the plane? Where did you hear that at? Shut up. That's what I've been wanting to know all fucking night. Where are you getting that at? Oh my God, are you serious? Oh no. Oh shit. Oh my God, where? Oh shit. Okay, I'm trying to get something right away. Okay, I'm not. Oh my gosh. Roz alerts. Let me see. Oh my gosh, that makes my stomach hurt. So sad. Oh no. What is that? Yeah, okay, that's what I see. Yeah. Multiple victims of the Washington, D.C. plane crash were associated with U.S. figure skating Team USA pair skater Luke Wang has confirmed, sorry. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, so now it's going to be everywhere. Sorry. Wow, I didn't mean to be so obnoxious. Oh, no, that's not that. Yeah, I'm just searching for stuff. Yeah, I'm good. Sorry. Oh, 'cause I'm coughing. Yeah. Sorry about that. Oh. Oh no. Oh, sorry. Let me see. Okay. Good night, Top Hats. Thank you. I'm so sorry we woke you. I really am. I know. Oh God, I know. I know. It's so sad. It's terrible. Yeah, I need to go to bed too. I don't know if I'm going to sleep, but I'll be damned if I can. Okay, so I've got to assume they had no good reason to do that. Right? Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't see that. There cannot figure skating, several members of our skating community on crash plane. God. These athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championship in Wichita, Kansas. God. I know. I don't know why I can't ever find shit. Thank you. Oh, gosh. No way, little. Oh, God. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, me too. Look, oh God. Oh God. Oh, I hate this. Okay, well, that's just so sad. God. It's sad no matter what. I'm not trying to. That damn thing still stays up there. Okay. I don't want to see dumb shit. Where? Oh, right here, right here. Okay. Okay, thank you. So I'm like, what the fuck? See, I'm trying to learn this, but I don't know it. What else? Yeah, I should. I'm trying to learn Twitter, X, whatever it is. Thank you, because I never even paid attention to that. Okay, that's good. Figure skating. U.S. figure skating can confirm that several members of our skating community were sadly aboard American Flight 5342, which collided with a helicopter yesterday evening in Washington, D.C. These athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championship. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's terrible. What is this? Impassioned final words.
Okay, left heading 35037, American 3130.
S25, get the CRJ in flight. S25, pass on this CRJ.
This club has a aircraft in flight precision separation.
Separate. 472, Washington Star, 1 star, 32017.
Did you see that?
472. American 3130, go around, turn left end, 250, climb maintain 3000.
I can't hear. It's the same stuff. And then people got to put stupid shit on here. So that's aggravating. Oh gosh. So sad. Oh gosh. So sad. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it does. It does. I just would not. I don't understand even the ability to go hateful or nasty or anything on this. I can't. All right, I'm gonna go to bed. Okay, see, it has nothing to do with Joe Biden. This is all. People should stop. I'm not gonna look at shit like that anymore. I'll see it. All right, I'm gonna get on as soon as I can tomorrow. Yeah, I never knew that. I'm going to, though, from now on. Now I know. I told you how I get so stupid on here, and then I wasn't even on the right damn thing. Wow. Love you too. Good night. Yes, everybody, thank you for hanging out with me on this. It was such a horrible thing. I'm glad you guys were here with me. I appreciate you, and I'm going to be on as soon as I can tomorrow. Everybody get some sleep. Try to. And please say a prayer for everybody that this has affected their life. For everyone. And I will talk to you later. Love you guys. Good night.